are live. Okay, so here's the deal. Here, let me make my. Haha, there. So sorry. I forgot my gravitas for a sec. So, this episode, it's going to be a really cool, wonderful episode. It's about looking your best, feeling your best. I don't know, other things in Tom's pitch that I have suddenly blanked on. Because I'm honestly not entirely clear what we're going to talk about. Other than, here's the deal. If you are neurodivergent, okay, get your teddies, hold them tight. If you are neurodivergent, you already, as a young child, were not as good at mirroring, more than likely. Because neurodivergent people, one of the things that they're kind of known for is our brains do not develop mirror cells till a little bit later, to a lot of bit later. How a lot of bit? 30 years later. Anyway, I'm just saying. But there's a few neurodivergent infants that actually develop mirror cells quite early. And if anybody ever wants to know, I'll be happy to share with you how to actually test an infant to see where they are mirror cell wise. It's kind of fun. But I mean, harmless human experiments. But anyway, most neurodivergent people do not develop their adult levels of mirror cells until much, much later from neurotypical people. And this puts us at a disadvantage when it comes to learning how to adjust our appearance to what best works for our body types, skin type, hair type, all of that. And so we essentially go through a much longer ugly duckling phase. And in fact, there's a lot of discussion about the original person who wrote the Ugly Duckling story was in fact neurodivergent. And this was their life experience of they felt like an ugly duckling for much longer. And it was because, surprise, you're an ugly swan. But nevertheless, it is entirely possible to blossom into your true self at any age. Whether you are a very young person who has stumbled upon this live stream, or you are middle-aged, or even you are a very much a late blooming neurodivergent person who in their 60s has realized, hold up, I'm different. Is this why people think I'm plain? Because I'm here to tell you, in the grand scheme of things, in the 21st century, more than likely, you probably did grow up with adequate nutrition. And so you are more than likely pretty pleasing. And in fact, there is a separate theory that neurodivergent people are actually more likely to be perceived as attractive or even very beautiful and very socially acceptable, conventional beautiful. Once they learn how to dress themselves and adjust their appearance because of our neurodiversity. So what we're going to talk about is the part that you can actually change. You can't change your genetics. We're all stuck with whatever dice roll we got. But if you're neurodivergent, chances are that you're in fact just a fuzzy little, poultry baby. And you can, in fact, become the beauty you were always intended to be with essentially just some tips and tricks. Like, it works better for neurodivergent people than even neurotypical people. So that's what we're going to go over is all of these amazing people in the panel today have spent quite a bit of their life stumbling on the real tips and tricks. And we're going to talk about them. My hope is by the end of this episode, you will have so many tips and tricks and rules of thumb and ideas of how to adjust your appearance, and then you will go out there and spread the gospel to other little neurodivergent people who need to know how to look their true self. And what I mean by that is, let's be honest, people want to talk to you more and longer when you're easy on the eyes. It's just that simple. All humans are just a teensy bit shallow, and we like looking at pleasing people, visually, like, easy on the eyes. I'm not saying anything about romance or sexuality or whatever, but just, hey, your face looks nice. I keep wanting to hear words come out of it, that kind of deal. And so spread the gospel of all these tips and tricks after this episode to everyone else you know, so that again, we have fewer ugly ducklings and the ugly duckling phase lasts so much shorter time period. And without further ado, here are the lovely, freaking amazing people, Carrie and Charlie and Tom, to share it. Now, Tom, did you have a further pitch on this? Because that's my pitch.
Yes. So one of the things, there's two things I've learned as I've gotten older that I was a bit surprised at to understand. And that is, one, 90% of what we call attractiveness is within the control of the individual.
Mm-hmm.
It is facial expressions. It is especially a lot of micro expressions, which is why, yes, everyone needs to practice in the mirror, making expressions and just seeing that the expression they want to make is what comes across on their face. Because, you know,
I've told
your
y'all
muscles
before.
lie.
I've told y'all before about my mother's gaggle of friends that when these women all got together, they all looked like they smelled stink. Like this. Let me do it. Let me do the face. The whole time they're talking to each other, they all look like they smell something nasty. Like they're chatting outside an ancient, nasty dumpster. And they all were absolutely unaware of it, but it was driving me mad because I wanted to react to that rather than what they were saying. Because visuals are stronger than words.
And then we make humans make an incredible amount of assumptions about others from their appearance. And it's not even a conscious thing. It is truly subconscious. It is in under half a second.
Mm-hmm.
Humans have made a lot of decisions about anyone they see and how they are going to approach them, what they think of them, all of that. And it's all based on their appearance because it's the mirror cells and the assumption that others are like me. It's theory of mind. It's others have their own mind, but their mind works similar to mine. And so if, you know, it's the appearance of, if you put time into your appearance, obviously you care about you. Mm-hmm. That means I should care about you.
Right, because if you don't care about you, you are going to treat everyone else like trash, like you're treating yourself. Is the human assumption. I'm not saying that that's actually true, because most people I know who really don't take care of their own personal needs are like freaking saints who are
but
really
they're overwhelmed.
They're overwhelmed, and they are just they're prioritizing taking care of other people rather than themselves, and they're doing a freaking awesome job. But they look like they don't take care of anyone, let alone themselves. That's the problem with this human assumption. And it's just how humans are wired, y'all. We can all learn how not to think that way, but the bottom line is it's how all humans are wired in their brain, and culturally it's reinforced. So,
and then the other part is we also make a lot of assumptions based on your skin appearance because we assume that is your health levels. And we want to help the healthiest among us to keep going. We are a pro-social species, and the more pro-social someone is, the more their genetics have survived. And so we are just really reinforced to help those who look better off. So again, there's little bits of nutrition that are surprisingly impactful on skin.
What were you gonna say, Carrie?
Talking about how if you look like you're taking care of yourself, then you take care of others. Is that why, like in old sitcoms and stuff, like June Cleaver had her hair done and had the pretty dress?
Yes.
And
that is specifically why it's all tied up with being house proud, and she's a good mother because she's also taking the time to take care of herself, not just her family. It's all wrapped up in this mythology. But people are still believing this is true. And there's like, the thing is, it's like one of those of, there's an ounce of truth in it, even though it's just a made up fabrication. And so people still give it credence.
And so at a certain point, it's difficult to change society. It's difficult to change everyone's perceptions they grew up with as a child. It is far easier to learn some simple tricks so that you do not have to spend mental energy to blend in at a appropriate level.
Mm-hmm.
Because part of the reason why neurodivergents are known, for, the stereotype is also being poorly dressed and poor appearance, is some of it is
disheveled and distracted,
and part of it is that
always misbuttoned.
Is that yes, several parts of the brain do develop later, that would reinforce it at younger ages. To we all dress similar. What was it on Wednesdays? We all wear pink.
Get in the car. Yep. On Wednesdays we all wear pink, babe.
But neurodivergent tends to be later in life. But people notice this stuff. And so we make a lot of assumptions. So here's all the tips and tricks we have figured out so that you always look like you put time and effort in, even though you took zero time and effort to think about this, other than the initial effort. So like one of the things I was going to do is I'll show you my closet, and you can see how essentially there is a trick so that everything works together. It doesn't matter what combination I put of clothes together, they will always look like I meant to put them together. There is a trick to this.
Yes.
There are a few health tricks for your skin to look healthy without having to constantly use lotions and and strong thick foundations.
So you're saying that maybe I should or shouldn't admit how long it's been since lotion touched my face.
And
literally
these other things yes, there is a giant industry of fashion and beauty that makes a ton of money saying that we can help you look desirable if you pay us a lot of money every month to use our products.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of it is simple things that if you knew what they are, your body will take care of itself. For the most part. I mean, look, none of us can help when we actually get really sick and our body goes through a rough time, but for 90% of our life, our body will self-function and, keeps us in good running.
It's a pretty good system, honestly, for most people.
And just a second, what they were saying about facial expressions and stuff, as someone who is uncomfortable showing their face a lot and who regularly refreshes the avatar that I use to represent myself, I have a series of friends that will immediately start psychoanalyzing each picture. How are my eyes? What is my mouth doing? What are the various decorations that are being used on my face? What is the coloring? They will, and do this to my face. Like, this isn't like I've overheard them. I've caught them doing it. It's like, oh, there's a new one. What does everybody think? And like go through. And this one in particular was hilarious to me because of the arguments over whether or not I'm smiling. Because it really was an optimist-pessimist split in the group, depending on if you see this picture of my face, is that a smile? Is that not a smile? Am I frowning? What exactly is this facial expression? And they're doing all of these investigations that Gloria and Tom were just talking about on this still portrait.
Really a piece of art that you've crafted.
But I can tell you, though, whether Charlie is smiling or not, because of all the study we have had to do, in part because of photography.
Yes.
And people have more time to spend looking at an image that is still and doesn't change versus when you're communicating like I am. My eyebrows, as Gloria likes to point out, move up and down all the time. They are talking to everyone in the room.
Mm-hmm.
But Charlie is smiling in that picture.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell specifically because while their lips are rather flat and they are pulled back. You can see the cheeks raised, and more specifically, you can see the eyebrows raised high above the eyes. And so that is a Duchenne smile. That
Yeah, I
is
was
a
about to
true
say,
smile.
the Duchenne smile.
Is a genuine smile.
And it's something that after I had initially read about the Duchenne smile, and I then looked at myself in the mirror in reference to the Duchenne smile, was I checking all the boxes? And I noticed I was checking most, but not all. And then once I checked all, I then saw that this was a much better smile to communicate pleasure. And I then talked to Tom about it, and he's like, oh, I do it. I'm like, let's go to the mirror and we shall see which boxes you check. Because I've seen your face and you don't check all the boxes. And then Tom saw what I saw. Surely of all the things in all the world, we want to make sure we are communicating the purest of smiles when we mean to communicate pleasure or happiness or joy. Like, surely that's what we want. So to be effective is to actually be an effective communicator.
Versus, like, I realized recently my mother's frog face that we saw a lot looks like a grimace, and it looks like disappointment.
Oh yeah, let me see if I can do it.
Here, I'll just do it.
Now you have to like get that, like it's the frog from Gollum from the Rankin Bass.
There. And it is this, and the reason for it is actually that's her pondering face. And because she didn't really look in the mirror, but she would always tighten up her chin when she was thinking. But if you don't really look in the mirror, you don't notice these things. So you don't realize, like, she was meaning to essentially indicate, I'm paused in thought, give me a moment. But it looked like she'd already come to a conclusion and it was negative. And so again, that's why they're like, yes, play with the mirror. People take so much away from those expressions. But, just like getting good at any sport, you kind of need to play the mirror game to make sure your face makes the expressions you want.
Mm-hmm.
And that is more than half of everything people talk about beauty and a captivating conversationalist and all that is just being able to make these expressions appear natural and what you are wanting to communicate at the time versus it looking, contrary to what you're thinking.
And to confirm what Tom and Lori were saying, and again, I actually used this as the model for this picture because I was having a very good day that day, and this is one of the few selfies I was able to take that month because I was trying to get the new portrait avatar done, and that I was actually feeling good and smiling because all of the other ones looked like somebody was about to die.
But yeah, like practicing the smile with your mouth covered in order to smile with your eyes is a very effective exercise to practice the Duchenne smile.
But when someone says that so-and-so makes them feel special, it's because when you see them, the first expression you make is a Duchenne smile.
I started practicing this on my dog, on Cassie, my miniature dachshund. So after I practiced and got the Duchenne smile, like could mentally memorize what all my muscles felt like when I was doing it correctly, I then started practicing it on my dog every time she'd walk in the room because I could hear her little clickety-clack nails on the wooden floor. Oh, the clitter-clatter little feet. It's not roaches. It's my dog. That's a Boone County reference. Don't worry. And so every time I'd hear her, and I would practice the Duchenne smile on her. Hey. And then I would even do it silently. And she would just light up. Dogs can recognize the Duchenne smile versus, maybe our regular smile that we, just sort of instinctively do.
Well, we're programmed in America to do.
Yeah, that we're programmed to do, where we're just really mostly smiling here, the non-Duchenne smile. And oh my gosh, her tail would practically wag off, y'all. Like, oh, it's going a mile a minute. She loved it. But practicing it of every time she walked in the room, I would flash her the Duchenne style smile and make eye contact with her. Really got me into anytime somebody walks in the room, anyone, not just a dog, although of course dogs, but got me into this habit, this very pro-social habit. People talk about, even my coworkers, who y'all know I have mixed feelings about, I would still give them the Duchenne smile because look, life is hard enough. You should definitely feel that people look forward to your appearance rather than, wish you not to. And here's what I found. It's so pro-social that by giving every one of my coworkers, when I saw them, when they would walk into the room or they would show up at work, flashing them the Duchenne smile and saying hi. When I was upset with them, oh boy, did they know it? And they wanted to correct it without me ever having to say a word. So let me tell you how effective it is to practice this. The power, y'all, the unspoken might of withholding your Duchenne smile from someone who has displeased you. Let me tell you, watching my boss, the director of the library, scramble to fix the problem, whatever the problem was, scramble without me saying a word because I did not flash my Duchenne smile at him when he would show up every morning.
And if you want to know how important the Duchenne smile is, that is the difference, the real difference physiologically between dogs and wolves. People, you always talk about, oh, my dog's part wolf. It's like, no. If you ever actually see a wolf, one, they were literally twice as big as you think. They are the size of very large dogs. Like, if as large as dogs get, that's how big wolves are. They are huge. But the other part, that's really big difference, is dogs can smile.
Mm-hmm.
Dogs can very specifically raise their eyebrows. They've actually developed a far more muscle control in their upper face so that they can smile back at humans and show the whites of their eyes.
They raise their eyebrows and then they pull the facial muscles closest to the corners of their mouth. They will pull them, and they usually have to open their mouth and pant in order to do it because not all breeds or genetic configurations of dog can just pull it, but they tried, so they'll do this instead in order to have their own version of the Duchenne smile. But dogs will actually do it, and that's where you'll see them pant, even though they are not hot at all. That's where that's coming from, is their attempt to try to tighten up these muscles here. They're trying so hard.
One of my mom's dog's favorite humans is my brother-in-law. She will get so excited. Her tail will actually go in circles. And she'll get so excited that even at 9 years old, she'll wet the floor.
Also, wolves don't recognize human smiles.
Yeah.
We have studied wolves enough now that we actually have, literally, where
they don't have the human interaction that domesticated dogs
have. No, raised from pups.
Even and even wolves who are in labs being studied, where they have facial recognition software, they're studying them. No. Wolves do not have the ability to recognize human smile.
And that's how much facial expressions are important in communication.
Wolves can recognize human fear. And we're talking between glass. So it's not that they can smell fear. They're just looking at a human. But they can recognize a fearful look on a human's face, but they cannot recognize a Duchenne smile on a human versus dogs can recognize a Duchenne smile as well as recognize fear. And therein lies the difference between the wolves that came to hang out at proto-humans fires 100, 200,000 years ago, and the wolves who stayed in the dark woods. That is the difference.
I do like this one. Sounds very familiar. I remember this thought.
Mm-hmm.
Another reason to play the mirror game is, as Megan says, my face makes a lot fewer expressions than I feel it does. If I want to express stuff, I feel like I have to be really excessive.
So again, if you've ever been diagnosed with depression, this is you. Like, not trying to single Megan out on this, or Tom, but it's actually been documented that anyone who has ever had diagnosable clinical depression, something happens in their neurology where this is literally the sentiment, even after they recovered from depression, that is one of the most frequent symptoms of post-depression is, I feel like my face makes a lot fewer expressions than I think it does. And that I have to express excessively for anything to come through. This is actually a side effect of depression, as well as more than likely a couple other neurological events. But I don't know if it's just more noticeable in neurodivergent people or if it's just depression is wild. But this is a known side effect of being diagnosed with clinical depression for the rest of your life.
It probably actually has to do with muscle tonality and the amount of nerve stimulation it takes to fire a muscle, since one of the jobs of serotonin in the peripheral nervous system, outside the brain and spinal cord, is peristalsis of, telling the body when to tighten and when to loosen. And so it may just be that if you have a serotonin issue, it takes a stronger nerve interaction to, the electrical firing to get the muscles to do what they normally do. Because people talk about one of the real symptoms of low mood is it's hard to move. It is literally harder to move your body. It's like it all of a sudden got heavier. And some of that may actually just have to do with one of the jobs serotonin does in the body. Is with muscle tonality. So yeah, again, it's really good to just play the mirror game so what you're trying to communicate, you get across. Hey, Dreaming. Hello. Felicia. And so yeah, that's one of the things on top of really half of it took me many years because, I'm neurodivergent. Growing up, I didn't realize what it is that really made people so attractive. But I was able to notice, yes, someone is very attractive. But, when they're talking and stuff, but I couldn't really understand, especially still images. I was just sort of joking with Glory of Freddie Prinze Jr. is not just a very attractive man if you take a picture of him. He is average looking, really. If you just take a picture that there's no motion and he's not in the middle of talking, it could be just another face in the crowd. He doesn't have a very unique, interesting face. But if you see him talk, because he is a professional actor and has been acting since he was a kid. I mean, when you come from that family, you've had a lot of experience, communicating with people. You can see how much his face lights up and he makes all these expressions and he communicates directly with a lot of people.
Oh boy, does he have eye shine down so well. He really gets that eye twinkle just right without any CGI necessary. Because I've seen essentially, the equivalent of Instagram, just somebody on their phone has run into Freddie Prinze Jr. somewhere. And they're just, can I tape you real quick? And he really does have in real life ability to really make his eyes sparkle. And it's not just watery eyes. It has to do with the way he's expressing the muscles right around his eyes. That really, they crinkle in a way to communicate his just pure joy at seeing you, the person. And that is, why he's worth so much. That is why people still look forward to seeing him and stuff, as well as, of course, he does like rather wholesome roles. But
I think one of my favorite roles, and I know a lot of people rag about this movie, but the live action Scooby-Doo. He played Freddy.
I love the live action Scooby-Doo.
He did it so well, though. I have no complaints.
He hammed it up so much.
Yes.
Well, and one of the things, especially with Freddie Prinze Jr., that really comes along is he also does a lot of voice work. And along with understanding that muscle control for his face, he understands how to have that very personable tone in his voice to have that charisma and that attractiveness, even when it's just his voice that you're getting in some animated character.
I can literally hear his grimace.
Yeah.
Because he's doing the actual motion and it is manipulating his voice a little bit. When he's speaking in these voiceover acting jobs, I can hear the tonality change in his grimace when he is doing this. And that is also this is why it is advantageous to everybody, but particularly neurodivergent individuals, to practice your facial expressions in the mirror so that they are pitch perfect as far as you're concerned. That they are fully communicating each emotion, each thought effectively, exactly how you want, so that you are such a nonverbal, effective communicator. And again, as I said, you can, inadvertently emotionally manipulate all your coworkers. If you just practice the Duchenne smile till it's like $1,000,000, and then when you withhold it from somebody, they know.
And again, but also, and something to remember, though, when you're doing this stuff, there is no perfect. This is a game. You're just trying to, see what does your face look like. Have fun. Make as many silly faces. Play. That is the real secret to doing this. It's not to, perfect I can make this face or I can make this face.
Yes.
It's I can make whatever face I want, and I can make it funny or silly or serious whenever I want.
I actually had to practice my melodramatic face so that people understood I was being over the top dramatic, and that essentially I was doing it a bit tongue in cheek, because I was originally, as Tom can attest, I was doing it too seriously, and it wasn't communicating that this was over the top. So I actually, in the mirror for 5 years, 6 years, had to practice my melodrama body language and facial expression, so that I am shattering the hell out of this. So that everyone would then give me these faces, these delightful, oh glory, you silly, silly person. That's what I wanted from my melodrama, was people not to take me seriously. I want them to enjoy the tongue-in-cheek moment of shattering the hell out of this.
I remember being in youth theater, and we would role play and practice expressions.
Mm-hmm. It matters. It matters so much, y'all. It also matters when you're trying to communicate with children. You may not realize it, but children will find adult facial expressions so confusing if it's not very cut and dry, like happy, sad, angry, disappointed. How is disappointed different from angry? This is very difficult to a 4-year-old. And that is why you will see that even when you're just disappointed, they are more than likely to cry, because they think you're angry, and anger translates to violence or danger. And of course, but a 4-year-old who is crying and afraid, you cannot reason with, even though you were just disappointed, not angry or mad. But again, this is the frustration of interacting with children when your facial expressions, you haven't been, trained how to train your own facial expression. And so, whether you realize it or not, your communication with children may be muddled, and it may make it difficult for you to effectively communicate with kids. And it means it's difficult to herd those cats. We're all going to eventually have to interact with children. Every human being. Eventually there will be a child at a park where it's like, but where are your parents? You seem lost and afraid. Here, take water, little animal. Who do you belong to? And they're just like, I don't know what you're saying because your face makes no sense. But they're not saying it. They're just crying again. This will come up at some point in most human beings' life. So it's best to practice these. There's 1.5 million reasons to practice your facial expressions in the mirror and to regularly check in with your facial expressions in the mirror to make sure that they are still adhering to what you think they're going to be, so that you are an effective nonverbal communicator.
And
As well as it will make you far more attractive to other people. They'll just think that you have a natural beauty. Joke. No, but they really will.
And Felicia, like, you're bringing up Denzel Washington. Like, if you want to see a masterclass in how facial expressions affect how you're perceived, the Macbeth he did with Frances McDormand they're both so good at managing their facial expressions that there's this whole layer of text and subtext in the way that they are talking to each other just with their eyes and their facial expressions that add this whole other layer to the Macbeth story in the background. That is just, if you don't understand how you can do that is and it's really easy to see because it's a stark black and white movie.
Yes.
So the facial expressions are not obscured as much by shadow and light. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not a lot of other things there to distract you from the expressions.
And also, Denzel is a great example of, if you want to see the power of being able to turn on a smile whenever you need it, because that is a smile that melts hearts.
Yes.
Like, that is what really got Denzel in the door, was those first couple movies. Whenever he would smile, everyone in the audience is just like, I guess.
Yeah.
What can I help you with?
You keep saying mirror, and for someone like me, I have a lot of dysphoria when it comes to how I look and how I present to the world. And so I had a hard time doing this until literally we got my first MacBook, and it came with an app called Photo Booth. And when my friends found out that I had Photo Booth on there, they wanted to just do Photo Booth. So we set the laptop up on at the table and just started doing what you would do as a kid in a photo booth. Weird faces. It would take 4 pictures in quick succession and then spit out what looked like a film strip from, an old photo booth. And that's where I gained the ability to actually start seeing my expressions. For some reason, looking at myself through a video camera gives me a psychological distance that I don't have in a mirror, because the mirror is to me. And I get very judgmental looking at a mirror. But either using the selfie cam on my phone or using the webcam on my computer, I was able to start actually getting to see my actual expressions, what I looked like, what I was doing. And that's where I was able to start doing this. So if you, like me, have a really hard time with the mirror, you might want to try something like that and see if that helps you out. And I think it's because of the way that most of our cameras work. They all have a slight beauty filter in them.
Yes.
So, which most people don't even realize that are in there, which is why they're like, I don't know why, but I got this new phone and all my pictures look really, really good. Because it's got a really good beauty filter in it. And that's why your pictures look really, really good with that phone. But it helps to obscure some of the blemishes. I have some scars on my face that I'm very self-conscious about that most people will never see. Like, they're very faint. Like, it's not like I went through some war and I'm just like come back like a epic fantasy hero with scars all over myself. But I do have some scars on my face that I'm very self-conscious about. Looking at my face in a mirror, I can see them, and my eye is drawn to them, and I am distracted by that. They show up on almost no video camera. Almost no phone camera will pick them up at all. And so I am able to look at myself and not have that reaction and that judgmentalness.
And that is a good trick to it as well. Like, yes, a lot of laptops, like most cameras, and part of it is actually because of the way image is interpolated through a camera and the shape of the sensor elements, that it will even out a bunch of little fine details.
Mm-hmm.
And once you then have to reprocess it and present it on your screen, it'll even out a lot. And so, yeah, it's not the same level of human that you're used to seeing and you have immediate responses to. So yeah, if you have, some form of dysmorphia that makes it difficult, use this. Or as Gloria was talking about, cover your mouth and just work on part of your face. Or,
cover your eyes.
Sunglasses.
Sunglasses, or what I did way back in the day was I literally put duct tape on the mirror. Not necessarily something you want to do unless you have Goo Gone. But I did do that and then just practice the below. Like I matched it up so that I couldn't see my eyes. But, later I got a really nice pair of wraparound sunglasses. And I would wear them in front of the mirror and actually single out various parts of my face that way versus down below. And I'd use paper. Can I communicate everything with just my eyes or just my mouth? Can I communicate my displeasure or my happiness or my quizzicalness, curiosity with just cheeks, no lips, no eyes? What does that even look like? And really breaking down my face into parts was very helpful for me. At the time, I was a public school teacher, and I really found that my effectiveness as a teacher went through the flippin' roof. The more I practiced my facial expressions, and then went to school to then train my students on what my facial expressions look like, what they mean. Because I had also recently at that point found out that when puberty hormones start in a child's body, one of the first things that happens is they go facial expression blind. And like they are actually only accurate of facial expressions 25% of the time when given two options. So they are more likely to be wrong than right. Even if they had flipped a coin, they would be more effective than if they just went on what they thought a face meant. So in order for my 5th grade students to stop driving me insane, because it was very clear that hormones had already kicked in for a bunch of them. Some of them had facial hair. Their voices were cracking. I mean, these are 10 to 12-year-olds. And puberty was already well on its way. And they were just, oh my God, my blood pressure was so high. They were just driving me insane. And it was because puberty had hit, and it turned out they were absolutely inaccurate about every facial expression ever. So I immediately started teaching them all in the little bits of time in between classes and I kept reminding them what my facial expressions are. This is Miss Sphinx, happy face. You want this face all the time. You crave to see this face every single day. Anytime you open your mouth, this is the face you want Miss Sphinx to have. Memorize this face and yearn for it. And yes, I told them that is almost a quote of myself. Yes, they're called hormones. Yes, it felt like it. And then I was like, this is Miss Sphinx's disappointed face. She's disappointed in something you're doing. Whatever you're doing, when you see this face, immediately stop it and ask her what you should be doing. And they're like, okay, hold it for us, Miss Sphinx. My students started learning. I'm like, hold up, let's memorize it. And then they would occasionally ask, Miss Sphinx, could you do the disappointed face again? I have already forgotten it. And it's like, yes, let me pull it. And they're like, oh, the sigh is there. That's how we know. And I'm like, yes, you don't want the tapping of the feet.
You should have done like a fan, like happy, disappointed.
I didn't think about it at the time, but you're right. But yeah, like they genuinely wanted to know. It's just that with the start of puberty hormones, they all human beings go facial expression blind. It's now been studied. It has been proven. But they can be retaught. It's just essentially, it's like every teenager becomes neurodivergent for the time period of puberty. It's kind of interesting in that way. So it was helpful for essentially both me and my students to be learning facial expressions at the same time. And also, I then posited to them, show me your facial expression. I'll tell you what I think it is. And you tell me what you meant it to be. And I started like collecting used mirrors. Students started bringing in their like grandma's old mirrors and things, you know, and we started keeping them in my classroom. And so if we had like, say, 10 minutes before the school buses were called, you know, we had nothing to do. We would hand out the baskets of mirrors, and everybody start like, I had a little jar with facial expressions written down, and I'd pull out and we'd all try, and then we would check with our partner. And this was the fun of it. And one of the things noticed was all the other teachers in my 5th grade pod, you know, English, social studies, everything. I was teaching math. All of the other teachers said they had noticed that in my classes that I'd worked on facial expressions with, they had fewer behavior problems. Like a marked difference within 3 weeks of us starting to make an awareness and practicing facial expressions in our spare time. Each time with various classes I practiced this, they had noticed a marked decrease in negative behavioral issues between the kids, you know, where essentially they're arguing, they disagree, they're having their little spats, their dramas. They had noticed about a 25% decrease. And the more often I practiced it with them, the less and less bad behavior was coming out. And so they, like the other teachers had all gotten together and were like, I say, okay, the problem class, we need you to work with them more. And that was actually the class that I had the least amount of free time with. So all the other teachers actually reorganized the schedule so I would have more time, interstitial time with the quote unquote problem class, so that we could do facial expressions. And yes, their behaviors quieted down as well. I think it was because they were effectively understanding each other, because they were learning how to recognize each other's facial expressions all over again since the start of puberty. So again, there are so many untapped benefits to this, aside from people just suddenly thinking you're classically beautiful. Although that is a nice side effect. Let's be honest. Look, it doesn't hurt to be considered the pretty one in any group, okay? Like, I'm going to tell you, as somebody who's been both considered the ugliest member of any social group and then later the prettiest one, which that was like a literal double take for me. Wait, what? I'm the pretty one here? It's good to be the queen, okay? I'm just going to say it. It's a nice side effect. You're not going to hate it. Because people like, oh, well, you're the prettiest one. You go and be the spokesperson for us. Like, okay, I'll tell everybody what we think. Y'all need to give us free drinks. And then the bartender's like, okay, if you say so. And I'm like, wait, is this like being beautiful? Free drinks, y'all. Okay. That only happened once, but it was awesome. It was awesome. So I'm just saying, yes, there is a privilege level, and you too can just practice this crap in the mirror and you'll be considered the pretty one. It's wild.
Hey, Gloria, should I post up since you sent that?
Yes. Okay. So here is actually the Duchenne smile. Okay. So there's these lines formed around and under the eyes, controlled by the ocular. Well, I don't know. You say it, Tom.
Orbicularis oculi muscle.
Yeah. Okay. So then there's also raised cheeks. You got to raise your cheeks when you smile. It's not a Duchenne if you can't raise your cheeks. So that means, yes, some muscles may be out of, they've been a little slack. Okay. And then there's the nasolabial folds right here. You got to move those. And then the corners of the mouth pulled back and up, controlled by the zygomatic major muscle, which that's what dogs are trying to do because they're trying to tighten this because they don't necessarily have the right muscles to pull it back and tighten it. So they'll pant as a way to kind of tighten this up. Practice those 4 things that you see a change between.
And it can hurt when you do this because I suffer from a lot of chronic depression. It's like my sweet friend that likes to live in the house with me and say bad things all the time. And I know when I have a good day because the next day my face is literally sore. Like I feel like I've been beaten up or something because my face hurts. And it's because, oh yeah, I was smiling yesterday. Because I wish that wasn't as rare as it tends to be sometimes, but
But it is what it is.
the depression kitty comes in. But you can get through it. I will say make sure that you are good on your B vitamins and your potassium, because anytime you're doing facial exercises, there are muscles there you do not want to get too tight and you do not want to spasm on you. I learned this particularly when I was learning Russian, because there's a vowel that you have to jut your chin out for to say, and ended up getting muscle spasms in my jaw because that muscle really did not like working. And oh no, like all the classwork, like she had to teach us, like, okay, you need this supplement and this supplement to make sure that you're replenishing all of the stuff that you need. You need to be drinking this much water so that you can clean out all of the stuff in there, because as an English speaker, that muscle never gets worked. And
Yeah, you actually need it loose in order to jet your jaw out. You have to.
yeah, and
It actually has to be loose to do it, and that's what you need, that water to flush out so that that muscle can loosen up.
yeah, and I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just saying, if you do feel discomfort from this, it does go away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's
Don't
building a
let it
muscle
be
like
your
everything
darker
else.
angels saying, "See, I should never smile because now my face hurts." Because depression will find any excuse to get you back into her loving embrace.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Just
But yeah, I know this wasn't what everyone was expecting to talk about for the first hour, but it really is that
It is
important.
so important, y'all. Like, I cannot stress enough.
But I mean, and to give good examples, look at what Glory was discussing with the problem class and the kids, hitting
Mhm.
puberty, of just practicing and recognizing those facial expressions decreased their difficulties because they understood each other. Just what the expressions they were trying to communicate was the same as what was being communicated. Non-verbally helps so much keep things from, escalating to something more,
Aggressive.
aggressive and upsetting. And that is part of why, yes, people do not like talking with someone who is not making very good facial expressions, because they're not sure what they're trying to communicate. And you have to work so much harder, and you have to, rephrase to make sure. It is a lot more effort.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you want others to work with you, you need to make it easy for them to work with you. And part of that is those nonverbal cues. And that's the reason why we're bringing up the face so much, is it is important. It is as important as your tone of voice. If you are using the wrong tone of voice for the expression, people automatically are going to make the wrong assumption of how you are meaning, what emotions you are feeling about this. And again, it means understanding you that much more difficult.
This is so important. I realize it. Like, I think part of why this is not discussed more is because there's nothing to sell. There's no cream you can apply that will make it easier for you to give a Duchenne smile. There's no pill you can take that will automatically effectively communicate your various emotional thoughts. It's not capitalizable.
Now, that is important to point out, because I have some friends who back in the day were models and did like the pageant circuit and stuff. And there's a lot of like, if you put preparation H on your cheeks, you will always smile. No, you will feel very weird because it does things to the muscles.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And it's not, no, don't. There are a lot of scam, like, trust me, if you just do this, you will just smile, that are put forward by quote-unquote beauty experts. That no, do not listen. I have watched people try all of these things, and don't put butt cream on your face. Just don't do it. It does nothing.
It's nothing you want it to do anyway.
Well, yeah.
So, like, that is, I think, in part why facial expressions are not discussed more in our culture, is you can't make money off of people. There's nothing you could apply where facial expressions come out easier or more clearly. It's just a training thing, like as if you were doing ab exercises or the warrior pose. It's just something you do that you train your muscles of what this feels like when you're doing it correctly. That's it. And one of the things I've noticed is I do get pushback on the facial expression coaching. And it comes from people who don't want to think that there's anything that is imperfect about their face or facial expressions already. That is the pushback I tend to get. Of, what do you mean I haven't been giving correct facial expressions? It's their own fault. No, it is not. The onus is on the communicator, not the communicatee. The onus is on you to give the standard facial expression in order for other people to know your basic feelings or your basic intentions. So, like, yeah, if you have been giving a rather glowering grimace face and you thought it was a happy face, that's the pushback I get. Is some people are like, no, how dare you say something bad about my face? I'm sorry. I'm trying to help you fix this so that your face will be right from now on. But yeah, we're imperfect beings. None of us is perfect. No human being will ever be perfect because we're just too much of a conglomeration of genetics and microbes and circumstance and environment and,
family culture.
Yeah, and family baggage and culture and experiences.
I grew up in a family where we were discouraged from smiling. Like, I was, until it stopped and the depression found me, I would always be told that I smile too much. You smile too much. Stop doing that.
Yeah, my mother told me the same thing.
And so a lot of this can also be taught to us when we're really young and then not even remember that we stopped doing these things.
My mother literally quit Weight Watchers because they were, quote unquote, too happy all the dang time. So Mom and I had joined Weight Watchers together in my early 20s because every PCOS doctor that she took me to said, I got to lose weight. That was the one and only treatment for PCOS back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And in fact, it was only one controversial doctor that had prescribed metformin for me, which is now the gold standard of treatment for PCOS, by the way. But nevertheless, so she was like, okay, well, how are we going to get you to lose weight? Because my mother was not willing to foot the bill for Jenny Craig. Thank God. And so it was like, well, Weight Watchers, everybody talks about how that's like scientifically like the one where people are most likely to be able to keep the weight off long term. So let's give it a try, but I don't want to do it alone because strangers. And also because at the time I did not know. I technically knew I was autistic, but my mother had like swore me to never utter that word again. So I didn't know what that meant in women or that even if it was a legitimate diagnosis, because the way my mom implied was like, oh, that doctor was just trying to keep you as his play toy. So which, not necessarily actually wrong either. But because that's a whole nother story, y'all. But anyway, so we joined together. And after the third week, Mom's like, I'm not going back. I'm like, why are you not going back? She's like, I'll pay for it and I'll keep doing it, but I'm not going to those meetings. And I'm like, but they said the meetings are an important part of it. And I don't want to be sitting there alone among everybody. And she's like, they're just so dang happy. I can't. It's so gross. It's awful. It's not acceptable to be this happy all the time. And I'm like, they're not happy all the time. They're just happy at the meeting because they're there to support each other. And they're cheering like everybody's little goals. Like even if the goal is just to eat more vegetables, they're cheering each other on for eating more vegetables than they're used to. They're just congratulating each other on achieving their tiny baby goals. And she's like, it's just not right. I'm uncomfortable. So yeah, she'd go in with me for the weighing, and then she would leave and I would stay for this seated part because I liked the enthusiasm. I liked that there was the part where you could share. There was the sharing part where everybody could share their triumphs of the week. If anybody had a triumph, no matter how small, it didn't matter. You could share whatever, whatever inconsequential thing. It didn't even have to be Weight Watchers related. It could just be, I did not fight with my children this week. And everyone, that one, actually, we all gave a standing ovation on that one because that woman had been struggling and she had 2 teenagers and 1 preteen. And it was like, my God, that was a miracle. So, anyway, but I loved it. I loved all the cheering, but my mother was she absolutely refused. And I kept going. And it was 4 weeks later, she's like, well, maybe I'll stay. Because she thought I would follow her. And it was like, no, ma'am, I like the cheering. I like that if I just brought up that I found a ice cream pop that I can eat that's only 2 points and it makes me feel indulged that I've gotten a little treat and I don't crave ice cream afterwards. They literally cheered me when I brought this up. They literally cheered. People literally patted me on the back at the meeting, y'all, for finding something that worked for me. And it made me feel so seen and supported. And my mother, oh no, they can't support her daughter without her present. No, she's got to get credit for this too. But yeah, that was the family we grew up in. Was like, don't smile so much. Don't be so cheerful. Don't be so enthusiastic. Don't share your true enthusiasm. But y'all, people love enthusiastic folks. Because you keep coming back and this is me. This is who I am. I keep doing this because I love what I'm doing. You keep coming back because you love watching that. And some of you have even come on the panel to share your enthusiasm too with me, which makes me even happier. So y'all must like it too. So there must be something to it.
Enthusiasm's all I have left.
Yes, it is. And it is a good thing. Lean in.
Yes.
Lean in, my sweets. Yep.
All right, come on.
We're taking a break because the goats need a break. I'm kidding. Anyway, what is it? The doggo, put another tub of ice in the doggo. Okay, the doggo needs more ice. So we're going to take a little breaky break. We will see y'all back here after our little bio break. What a wonderful time to check, put more ice in the doggo pool or maybe get yourself something to drink. We are a hydrate or dihydrate crowd. And we will see y'all back here in just a few moments. Mimina me. Mimina, mimina, mimina me. Mimina me. Mimina, mimina, mimina me. Come out wherever you are.
Joe brought me food.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. How did everybody do? I haven't eaten today, so here is my empanada and apple fritter.
I want an empanada.
Yes, you do. These are really good, actually. Maggie's melting. I'm so sorry.
Melting a little bit. I've been thinking about you a lot, Maggie, because I've been reading this book, and it's got a chapter in it on beekeeping that I did not expect to be in it. And all I can think of is, how do I get tested to make sure I'm not deathly allergic to bees? Because I really want to have bees now. And I'm like, I even know somebody I could ask about the beekeeping. But I really want to have the bees now.
I'll say, unless you got stung a bunch as a kid, it's very low chance.
So I had a weirdness thing happen in Baltimore last time I was there where a carpenter bee bit me. And I hallucinated for 3 days straight.
Okay.
But
carpenter bee was high on drugs.
But see, the thing, yeah, it was in Baltimore, so it could have like gotten into something first.
This is so strange. I need this in a
I
study.
didn't know carpenter bees bit
It flew-
people.
It
Oh,
flew
yeah,
right
they
in-
can't irritate them.
Yeah, it flew. I was walking, and it flew right into the bend of my elbow, and my elbow bent and squished it, and it like defensively bit my elbow and the inside of my elbow, and it's like got red and swelled up real bad and all that stuff. But I'm not sure if that. It was
Also,
in
a bite
Baltimore.
is different from a sting.
Yeah. So, but still, better to get tested before you bring a hive onto your property
Yeah,
and make sure
Yeah.
that you're not deathly allergic to bee. Like, you don't want to find out, oh, I have a bee allergy while in anaphylaxis.
Yeah.
Like, that's the worst time to find out that you have a bee allergy.
awkward. Fun fact, by the way, since we're talking about bee allergies real quick. The anaphylaxis shot is like, what is it, $500 to $1,000 now for the syringe?
Mhm.
But did you know that 20 inhalations of Primatene Mist is equivalent to 1 injection? And Primatene Mist is $10 to $20 in pharmacies all over America. I'm just saying.
The only reason why they do not recommend always is because by the time kids tend to notice, their passageways are closing and it's harder to get it into them. But if you already know you're going to have an allergic reaction, then just head it off and just hit yourself up.
I mean, you still need to go to the ER, but it can be the difference between life and death is just one $10 Primatene Mist thing and 20 inhalations.
And if you can, 2 Benadryl.
This book
So-
just makes me want bees so bad.
I'm just saying, look, y'all, if you're worried you might have an anaphylactic reaction, go ahead and buy yourself a Primatene Mist. It's over the counter. So that you have it on hand just in case.
Oh, yeah, that
Yeah.
is just the world is not fair.
The world is not fair.
Maggie's like, I drive my friend Barb crazy because the bees will chase her down when she is in gear, and I will crack open the hives without even wearing gloves. And some of it's just the way you smell. Like, if you don't smell, different, no worries. So first part of this hour, I want to talk a little bit about nutrition. because there's a few little things I have found of late
Excuse me.
that I will go into more detail when we talk about changing your physique and weight in the direction you want. But since we're talking about attractiveness essentially, and outward appearance, let's also go over a few little things that can help with your nutrition that most people don't realize. And it's one of those, you can use this information, you don't have to, it's what works for you. Here is some just general about human nutrition we know the effects on. And you're an American, so your diet's probably not, the most balanced you want it to be anyway. So, number one, favorite fashion beauty nutrition piece I ever learned in the last year was a lot of my friends I knew, especially, in their 20s, going through beauty and makeup and all that, would eventually at some point go, wait, how in the world can I be both oily and dry? Life is cruel and evil. What the F, And it turns out that, especially if this is in the T-zone that everyone talks about above their eyes, where it's like, how is it both dry and oily? That is actually a nutritional issue. And is relatively easily fixed depending on what you can eat. It is you have too much omega-6 to the amount of omega-3 in your diet, because so much stuff has corn supplemented that if you just eat a lot of meats, they were all fed a lot of corn, so they will also be high in omega-6 and not that high in omega-3. So how much do you need on a daily basis? In general, after doing the math, the simplest answer for me to say is you need a small tin of sardines. You need a serving, you need about 2 grams, 2,000 milligrams of omega-3 a day to every other day. And that will balance out, and you should see a lot of the oily, dry skin go away, because that's just simply because it doesn't have enough omega-3 to compensate.
And if you like Caesar salads, sardines are a great meat to add to Caesar salad. Like their flavor mixes with Caesar dressing in a way that is pure magic.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good way to get the sardines into your diet.
And also, these tinned ones, that especially in water, have very little fishy taste. At least to me, they mostly just have a very light, smoky flavor for some reason. I guess that's my body's interpretation of omega-3, because these aren't smoked or anything.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
But so anything that you would want to put a lightly smoked meat in, they go well in.
Mm-hmm.
But these are like $1.20 to $1.40 at most grocery stores for a serving. And unlike tuna or salmon, sardines are low on the
mercury. Another heavy metal.
on mercury, because they are not, predator fish.
Well, they're young.
They are very young, and so
Sardines
heavy metals have not
really
accumulated in them.
Sardines is not necessarily a species of fish. It's just more like a designation of age, like sprats. So it's just young fish, young ocean fish that they catch. And but they are high in omega-3 and low in mercury and other heavy metal poisoning, because frankly, it's because they're young. They have not lived long enough to eat lots of other fish that contain heavy metal.
Versus tuna and salmon, the FDA now, says to keep to 2 servings per week or less, because mercury you can develop heavy metal poisoning. Hence, so many Hollywood people developing heavy metal poisoning because they love sushi so much.
Yes, what's his name? Jeremy something. That total
Renner.
Jared Leto?
No.
Jeremy Renner?
No.
No.
The one from PCU and
Oh,
you know that one. That jerk.
Pin something. Starts with a P.
All the Gen Xers and elder millennials have failed.
But yeah,
not knowing his name is a success. Thank you.
Mm.
But so that was one of the first things I want to bring up is
Jeremy Piven.
Piven. There it is.
So Jeremy Piven was actually one of the first Hollywood celebrities to claim he had mercury poisoning, and at the time everybody scoffed and made fun of him. But later, like a year or two later, he was interviewed about this and asked, "What is up with you? Why did you say you had mercury poisoning? It's such a strange thing." And he's like, "It was because he was eating sushi 4 to 6 times a week because he thought it was healthier than a lot of other, and he was trying to keep his weight down, for bigger Hollywood roles." And he inadvertently got heavy metal poisoning from all the tuna and salmon he was eating in his sushi. And it took him 18 months to recover with having his blood chelated regularly and everything. It was wild because he actually had heavy metal poisoning. So Maggie says, I give the Agent Mayhem a sardine a day for his fur. The vet wanted to feed him salmon kibble at $70 a bag. Oh no, hard pass on that price.
But yeah, again, it's a omega-3 in
yes, if you as a human would like
form is expensive.
Hair, if you like beautiful hair, try eating some sardines. I personally, I'll share with you all the way I like my canned sardines. I drain them. And then I dress them with a little bit of lemon juice, garlic powder, and olive oil. And I just eat them straight like that. And they are, it goes down real fast. Because I don't like a lot of fish, let alone oilier fish, which sardines are an oily fish. That's why they are loaded with omega-3. And so, I find that doing a lot of things to them, like adding them to pasta or something, if anything, it just, great, well, I've ruined the pasta. Now I have to choke this down. Versus if I just eat the sardines straight with some drizzled olive oil, like extra virgin olive oil, and lemon juice, and garlic powder, and a little bit of no salt, so the potassium salt, y'all, it goes real fast and easy for me. It's 4 bites for the whole can of sardines, and it's really tasty. So that's how I like to eat it. That's my favorite way to eat it, sometimes with a little drop of liquid smoke. And it's so good and so fast. It required literally 0 cooking. It's more like crack open the can, drain it into the sink, and then open it the rest of the way and pop it into my little bowl. Because I don't like eating out of a can. It feels like something, hobos. And it's just me. And then I just drizzle a little olive oil, garlic powder, lemon juice or lemon powder, and optional liquid smoke, and 4 bites, and it's gone.
But also, sardines are not the same as anchovies.
Yes.
Anchovies are very salty. They are a different one, but sardines are low cost. They're not that salty. They're a little smoky. They go well with anything that also has some strong flavors. So like Maggie's sardines, olives, and slaw. Sandwiches on marble rye, because they are all strong taste. They go together very well.
Yeah, sardines and coffee go well together. I'll say that.
They do.
So, and then Gloria actually kind of brought up the next one I wanted to mention, which is potassium. So, table salt, which is sodium chloride, is what helps your body retain water. This is very important because we do not live in the ocean. So your body needs to always have, and you are 60 to 70% water, quite literally. You are 67% water. Your body, you need to be able to hold on to the water you need. But how does your body then get rid of the water it doesn't need? Because when it processes carbs to energy, it makes water. When it processes fat to energy, it makes water. That is actually part of the process. That's what potassium comes in. And that is why you actually need as much potassium per day as you need table salt. Because that will let your body get rid of excessive amounts. And so that's what no salt is for.
Hi, I would like to now force you all to look at this meme about salt. Sodium, an explosive metal, and chlorine, a deadly gas. Table salt. I'm sorry, this is endlessly funny to me. But it's also true. It's totally true.
I'm glad I had my mic muted because of the explosive laughter that came out.
Oh, good. Thank you. I could feel the dopamine coursing through my system now that I have amused somebody. But it's true.
Yeah.
And this is how I actually remember what's in table salt is like Kat with that sensitivity and it said that she was sensitive to chlorine. And I'm like, no kidding. Everybody is. It's deadly. Like it will kill you. What? Like, honey, everybody is sensitive to chlorine because she's murderous.
I'll say it does chlorine is useful in meat preparation for when you cook it. It helps it actually retain water and not lose it as fast when you cook meat. But yeah, but on its own, chlorine, bleach.
Yeah, everybody is sensitive to chlorine, But yes, but if you combine it with sodium, also a very dangerous element, you will get the innocuous table salt. It does nothing. It just sits there on the table.
Versus you can now get in most grocery stores pure potassium chloride, which is the counterpart, and that will let you get rid of Lake Michigan when you're retaining it.
So whether we're talking about your PMSing and you are retaining Lake Michigan, as I used to say, which I did used to, how much water was I retaining just right before my period? Why, yes, I did have PCOS. I would retain between 6 pounds and 11 pounds of water in the 3 days before my period would start.
So, a gallon.
It was so painful.
A gallon and a pint.
Like it would literally happen over a 36-hour period. Because I would weigh myself every 4 hours and just see I would stop peeing for a little bit. Because my body's like, nope, we need it all. We're building lining. No, you don't need this much water.
But
no, we do. We need Lake Michigan in you now.
But so how, or just because of, look, if you have an American diet, everything adds salt in. We know we get too much salt in our diet. But guess what? You can get rid of all that extra salt you're eating by just putting potassium chloride on it as well. And then your body can just get rid of the extra salt.
And it's really, if you want to actually monitor the amount of salt that you're having in your diet, be ready and forewarned, because sodium is how they cover up the taste of every other additive that they put into your food. And when you start looking at things that should not have that much table salt, because you think of like chicken. No, I'm not even talking about chicken stock. We were looking at, there was this really sweet candy that you loved that had just an insane amount of salt in it because of all of the other flavorings needed to be covered up. And you couldn't taste the salt at all. When you start looking at the labels, you will be horrified at how much sodium you're actually taking in on a regular basis.
So I just wanted to draw y'all's attention. Like, we are not sponsored. But again, these are the two most common brands we've seen in grocery stores around here. And they're both just pure potassium chloride. There's no salt and new salt. They're both the same damn thing. Okay.
And an easy way to figure out what is the amount of potassium salt you need is simply to taste it. If you like it, you need it. If you don't like it, you don't need so much.
Right. If you don't need it, it will taste a little funky to you, a little metallic. It'll taste a little off, like, oh, that tastes a little funny. That's how you know you don't need it. So you just listen to your taste buds, and your taste buds will tell you if you need it or not. Don't worry about, yes, exactly, Carrie. You do not need to worry about over-consuming potassium chloride, because what is it, 7,000 milligrams has been tested. It's still not too much for human beings, or it
Oh
was
no,
used to be
they've
believed.
gone up to 15 to 20 grams, 15,000 milligrams, and it's still, you're fine. As long as it's through the GI tract. Now, if you were to, say, inject that directly,
might be bad.
that could cause problems. But as far as like just with your food and stuff, you cannot really, it is hard for your body to overabsorb potassium because your kidneys will just process it out as it's absorbed. It's hard for it to, overwhelm the system
One
in
of
a
the
normal
side
food
effects
way.
of a potassium deficiency is elevated blood sugar
And blood pressure.
And so one of the side effects of consuming an adequate amount of potassium, like with potassium chloride, adding it to your food. Oh, yes, I do literally have.
Oh, and you get to
A
feel
bottle.
really naughty because as long as you like the flavor of it, it will just taste salty to you.
Yeah.
And so you can enjoy some salty food that is actually good for you.
But one of the side effects of getting enough potassium is your blood pressure will lower and your blood sugar will lower to healthy levels. So if you're taking medications for your blood pressure or your blood sugar, be warned, you need to watch it a little because you may essentially be over-medicating yourself when you're consuming enough potassium if, in fact, your symptoms were exacerbated by a low-level, subclinical level of potassium deficiency. So
why wasn't I friends with you all 4 years ago when I had gestational diabetes and high blood pressure when I was pregnant?
Right? And because that's what I would have gifted you. Here, your very own personal jar of potassium chloride to keep in your purse. Anytime you eat and you want something salty, put this on. See what you think. But it's like, be warned. This actually is a mineral your body needs lots of every day. And potassium.
And you normally get that through vegetables. Well, we don't eat that much vegetables anymore.
We don't. Well, two problems. One, the American diet, we don't eat a lot of vegetables like we used to as human beings. And two, vegetables don't contain as much potassium as they used to be because there is a serious problem in what is it called? The American Megalo Corporation Farm System. I can't remember what is that term, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It's capitalism. Is that all the soil is being depleted, all the farmland soil is getting depleted, and it's not being reimbursed into the soil, the minerals that have been taken out, because it's not in corporations' best interest, because the government doesn't require them to. So vegetables literally,
crop rotation.
Right, vegetables literally do not contain the minerals they did 50 to 70 years ago. They don't contain as much. Spinach has 25% of the nutrients, the micronutrients of minerals, vitamins, minerals that it had in the 1950s. That's like
also because they are made to grow at 3 to 4 times the rate it used to. It just doesn't have enough time to build up those nutrients either.
Mm-hmm.
So again, most
time.
People really do need to supplement their diet with potassium. And you will not be able to get adequate amounts of potassium in a supplement because there is a very strange American law. And not to get into that because we got other stuff we got to cover. But again, just get yourself. See, now I had tried this when I was a teenager and it tasted gross to me. And what I did not know, and I thought it always would taste gross, but what I did not know is at the time I had more than enough potassium in my system. And as an adult, I no longer did. So whether you need it right now or not, I highly recommend. What did this cost? $1?
I think it was like $2.50.
Get yourself and just keep it in the house. It's not going to go bad unless it gets wet. So you just keep it in the house and once a week, put a little on your pinky, taste it. And if it tastes funky, you probably don't need it that week. And if it tastes delicious and salty, you probably do need it. Put some on your food that week and like just salt.
And
just
put plenty.
Appropriately.
And one of the things that we've noticed with people that we've talked to about this, if you feel like you are addicted to like Gatorade, Powerade, Propel, any of those electrolyte drinks, those are high potassium beverages.
Mm-hmm.
But they're also high sugar.
Yes.
and high
But
food dye.
a
Two
lot of what
things
people are
we
craving
don't
in them
need.
is the potassium.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if you
this is
feel
so
like
much
you can't
cheaper.
function without those kinds of beverages in your life, check and see if this will
And
mitigate that.
and also to give you a sense of like how much do you need a day, you need somewhere between 1.5 to 3 teaspoons of that of the no salt, new salt potassium chloride per day. That is how much you need to actually, so like you have plenty to sprinkle on things. So yeah, that's one thing I want. And then the last one I wanted, and the last, okay, well, really two, there's two more, of nutrients that people are often like that. There's the reason your skin is not glowing. And everyone knows this. No one talks about it, but we do all kind of know it. One is you need a lot more water than you think. You need water to process out everything. You need water to absorb. And a lot of the hunger you think you have is often actually thirst, because it's not much of a difference for most people's sensation between thirst and hunger, unless like you drink a lot of water and start to notice that difference of when did the water satisfy it versus when it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's like you need to drink a lot more water than you think. My preferred drink at this point, because I am chronically low on potassium, is a 32-ounce cup of thing of water that I have put in 2 teaspoons of no salt. I have then put in 2 or 3 teaspoons of lemon juice or lime juice. Like just get some real lemon or real lime. And then I put a teaspoon or 2 of sugar. This also helps your body absorb both the salt and the water a lot more efficiently. That is actually the original reason why sugar is in sports drinks, is it increases the speed of water absorption. And so, I'm just talking about a teaspoon or 2 of sugar. It doesn't take much, but it does help round out the flavors. And I find it actually very pleasant, and I like this drink. And if anything, I will sometimes get thirsty because my body's like, but we want more potassium. Go get that drink. Make more. We want more of the good stuff. And that helps me drink enough water every day. And when you talk about people, when people are doing movies and they are supposed to be playing younger versions of themselves, the trick is to hyperhydrate for 2 weeks beforehand. That is what makes them look younger, is simply just having enough water for once. They will all of a sudden look a decade or 2 younger.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much we all need more water in general that we usually get. And then lastly, for that skin that is radiant and young and glowing and looks so healthy and squishable. Marshmallowy. The last one that most people don't really think about or consider is you need enough protein in your diet per day. And if you have never tracked how much protein you're getting a day, you might be surprised that even though it feels like you eat a bunch, you're not actually getting as much protein as you think. The simple math equation for your minimum amount of protein for most people is take your weight. Well, since we're talking to Americans here mostly. Take your weight in pounds and divide it in half. Or if, everywhere else in the world.
I mean, like, if you really want to do it, you take your weight, you divide, and you divide by, what is it, 2.2?
Yeah, because you just need your
You
weight
need
in
to convert
kilograms.
your weight into kilograms for this.
And then you need a gram per kilo. So, like, I am now 125 kilograms. Actually, you need your true actual minimum is you need 80% of that, which means I need about 100 grams of protein per day. And that is for regenerating my skin, taking care of my immune system, repairing all the muscles and making all of the hormones in my body. All of that is done with proteins. And so if your skin is lackluster, and then it may be in part just because you don't get enough protein in your diet.
Plug in your weight. You want pounds to kilogram calculator. Plug in the last, time you knew what you weighed, or approximately what you think you weigh. Because I understand weight can be triggering for people. So you can honestly on this just, a general amount. Like, oh, I know I'm between 200 and 250, or I know I'm between 300 and 300, whatever it is. And just plug it in so then you know your kilograms. And say, okay, 150 kilograms. Okay.
And what you actually need is 80% of that. But as long as you're getting somewhere close to that in grams of protein a day, your body's getting enough protein to make all of the chemistry it needs to keep your body running.
So you're going to quickly notice that, like that can of sardines, that's 17 grams of protein. Most of the cans of sardines will say 17 grams or for somewhere, it depends on what the weight is in each of the canned fish. Because there's also canned herring, and there's all sorts of canned fish that are all high in omega-3. It's great. That are also shelf stable, and you don't have to worry about, I have to eat it before it goes bad. It's like, it's the cans, baby. But you'll notice, what is it? How many grams of protein is in a chicken breast?
I believe 20 to 25.
Right. So you're going to start. So if your goal is like approximately 100 grams of protein a day, you're going to start thinking about it that way of like, okay, have I done enough? And also, we do want to mention there's complete proteins and there's incomplete proteins. Legumes offer incomplete proteins. And you're needing complete protein. So you can make the legumes a complete protein by adding other kinds of proteins to fill in the gaps. But for many people, especially if you're not vegetarian or vegan, because vegan and vegetarian is the more advanced level of this kind of nutritional math. But if you do consume at least fish, let alone fowl, like birds, chicken, then
like eggs,
dairy, start thinking about, am I getting at least 100 grams of protein a day? And you will see, if you haven't been getting adequate amounts of complete protein total in a day, you will notice within a couple weeks an improvement in the appearance of your skin. And that is part of looking your best, feeling your best. People will consider you more beautiful because your skin looks better. Be prepared to start being considered the pretty one. It's going to happen. Hydration, protein, facial expressions, Duchenne's smile. These are the things. You don't have to wear makeup for this.
But if you don't want to have to do any math, though, on your protein, the simple rule is, as long as half of it, your protein intake is from an animal source, including eggs and milk, or anything that an animal was involved with, then you can absolutely just go with what's the protein content on all the vegetables you're getting. The legumes, chickpeas, soy, whatever it is. You can count that equally, no question. Because that will
more about those amino acids in order for your body to actually use all of it. So, like, let's say you consume egg or dairy with some vegetable proteins, then you're fine. You can count it all as protein.
And it's pretty much, and it's also like they've done research in the last 2 decades, and it really is just within 24 hours. You don't
Mhm.
actually have to have them at the same meal,
Yeah.
in the same digestion. It's just you need roughly within 24 to 36 hours to get all the different amino acids together for it to count, and for your body to be able to use them at a good pace for itself.
Also, be warned, you may start actually building a little bit of muscle, because when your body has adequate amounts of protein, it can repair any muscle it needs to in a timely manner, i.e., when you're sleeping. So again, you may notice after a couple of weeks of apparently I've been going to the gun show. Not like necessarily a tremendous amount, unless you are actually lifting goats or whatever, children. But you will build some muscle. Yes, the traditional stuff.
My mom's been trying to increase her protein and stuff to like improve her diet, and she's also like, especially for a while when she was helping out with baking at work, she works in the bakery at the grocery store,
Honey
lifting
Fresh is delicious.
50-pound boxes a day, multiple times a day, all day for 8 to 10 hours. And I felt her arms. They are solid. She's so proud.
But also, if you've ever heard somebody say, I do all of this, I'm lifting children or I'm lifting heavy things all day and I'm not building any muscle or I'm not really building much, it's not necessarily that, oh, your body type just doesn't build muscle. It's possibly that they're not consuming enough adequate protein in their 24-hour periods. And so, yeah, their body doesn't have all the pieces it needs to repair the muscle to grow it.
But yeah, like we know between the Army and bodybuilders and everything that the minimum amount is 0.8, and the max amount of protein your body can utilize if you are just working it to the bone is 2.2 times. So essentially, your weight in pounds in grams is what you need for a bodybuilder, and that is what your body can use for protein. That's it. Anything more, and it'll use it for energy. Anything less, and your body will use your skeletal muscle for the proteins it needs, because you need an immune system. You need all those hormones to keep functioning. You need, red blood cells. So it'll find a source for it to keep making it. But yeah, like once you actually, and you have this wonderful thing called a phone and Google, and you really can just simply now Google whatever you're eating, and protein or nutrition, and it'll very quickly bring up what is the amount of calories and protein and carbs in it.
Yeah, you could literally just Google how much protein in 3 large eggs, if that's what you're eating.
How much protein in a Big Mac.
Right? Whatever you're consuming, you can just Google it. Google will just tell you right there. It's very nice. And then you just, okay, all right, so I've had 40 so far today. And it is not the end of the world if you don't get an adequate amount of protein that day. It's more about good, better, best. I want to point this out. This view of it's all or nothing. I have seen this a lot in neurodivergent thinking. The Windows, as my mother used to put it, when my mother was trying to explain to me about my first boyfriend. I'd had many girlfriends by that point, but this was my first romantic boyfriend. And she said, when I was dating your father, I noticed something about him with the car window. When we were driving anywhere, he either wanted the window all the way down or all the way up, but he never wanted it halfway. And she's like, but I like it halfway because I want a little bit of air, but I don't necessarily want to get blasted with air, because she's talking about before air conditioners were really commonly working well in cars. So also my mom dated our father in the 70s during the energy crisis. So yeah, they're just not going to run the air conditioner hardly at all. She's like, but with him, even after we got married, really, Tom? Shots. Okay. With him.
I like it. Okay, it is tasty to me.
She said no matter how long we were married, it was always either the window was all the way up or the window was all the way down, but the window was never in the middle. And she's like, a lot of people are like that. Of the window's either all the way up or the window's all the way down, but the window is never in the middle. They never just want halfway. And I think there is something to be said for trying to cultivate a mental flexibility. And so I just want to point out, even with like protein, and you figure out how much protein ideally you should be consuming each day. There's going to be days where you're not able to consume that much, or there's going to be days where you overconsume. It's okay. It's about good, better, best. Not, oh, I either did it and I feel good, or I didn't and I feel like trash. No. It's just goals. We're doing good, better, best. And we're just enjoying the happy middle.
And the real goal you should be setting for yourself is simply that you have some sense of what you're doing. Like your real goal should just be that I remember to roughly keep track in my head of my protein, and to look up whatever I was eating just to see what protein does it have.
So you have it memorized, essentially.
And
like
so you have a rough idea.
I know how much the cans of sardines we buy has.
Yeah.
And
also so you have a rough idea of your normal body's interest in protein and foods, of like how much does it want to eat at any given time.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk way more about this, in another show.
Yeah, we're going to talk about exercise and like biohacking in another episode.
And protein.
But I did just want to bring that up.
Yes, Charlie.
And protein is a really good way, especially if you are a stress eater, to trick your body into thinking it's full, because we have special neurons in our guts that look for protein content, and will go, oh, I have a lot in here, stop please, because it assumes that it's going to be hard to digest. So it will tell your stomach, I'm done now, I'm done. So that's one of the reasons, like for me, when I go to snack, I like to do nuts or something like that, because just a little bit gets into my stomach and sends the signal out, oh wait, this is going to be some work. Please stop. Give me a moment. And that's another way that this can kind of hack your system and get you to places that you didn't expect to be.
But yeah, really between the protein and the water, you will, in general, a lot of people will decrease how much they generally eat because their body's getting a bunch of stuff it's going for. Especially once you add in that potassium.
I've noticed that when I'm stressed, I tend to crave dairy. I'm not lactose intolerant though. So the reason why my body seems to be craving dairy when I'm stressed is because dairy is an easier to digest protein.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
I needed protein anyhow.
The Chaos Demon, apparently, while I was having the chicken sandwich, made himself an entire T-bone steak.
70 grams of protein, baby! That's about half what I need for the day.
But yeah, it's something to keep in mind about consuming adequate amounts of water and adequate amounts of protein. Like, okay, we bring it up because Tom and I were really curious. Why do people constantly bring up about our skin? His and my skin specifically. It's something so many people we meet in real life are not able to not comment on. People comment on our skin all the time. And it's not just because I, have a very pink complexion, which I do. Because Tom doesn't have that much of a pink complexion. It has, when I ask, well, why? They'll comment on my skin of like, oh, it glows. Oh, and I'm like, are you saying it's oily? Like, no, it's like you have an inner glow. They are not talking about something metaphorical or spiritual. It took me years to figure this out. They are talking about the translucence in my skin. And it's because we were raised to drink lots of water, to consume lots of, these kinds of salts, to eat lots of vegetables, and to consume, how do I say this, less than junky proteins. My mother did not value the protein in sausages and hot dogs. She valued the protein in fish fillets and chicken, like stuff that wasn't highly processed proteins. And so we grew up eating a lot more low processed proteins than high processed proteins. And I now understand that because, here's the problem with what is it? The human theory of mind. We think everybody's just like us. So growing up and even into my 30s, I really believed everyone else ate like us. I had no idea how much Americans eat at McDonald's every week. Like every American. I had no clue. I was a clueless person into my late 30s. I had zero idea of how often people eat at McDonald's. Because for us, in our family, McDonald's was a once a month food. Tops.
Well, even not with just McDonald's. With my childhood, we grew up on like liverwurst and bologna and all of the processed meats. Like that was our main diet, was all the processed meats. But before I get distracted into like serious things, I do have to say, Glory, our skin is not pink. It's like a good party wine. We are rosé.
Yes, it's a roses. What was it? Roses, strawberries and cream.
Well, in Tuva, it's called blood and milk. In the Mongolian, the Golden Horde calls it blood and milk, and it is their ideal complexion. It's their beauty standard. Is a blood and milk or blood and cream complexion. So yes, it is the color of a bucket of milk, and then you've dropped blood. I don't know. Culturally, these are different, but that said, Ukraine, the part of the ghetto where our mother's family is from, was surrounded by the Golden Horde for 400 years. So, yes, we meet the beauty standard of their captors. But yes, it's I like instead of blood and milk because that just sounds psycho. I call it roses and cream. Yeah. Well, if you could have peaches and cream, I could call it roses and cream.
But yeah, like these are the things we wanted to bring up because it is a surprising effect on our skin. And look, for all, you want people to judge you by your character. First, they have to get to know you, and they're going to first judge by the outward appearance. And essentially, outward appearance is, what are you doing to take care of yourself?
Like, again, I don't want to think I'm vilifying fast food or eating out or drive-thrus in general. I love drive-thru food. I really do. I mean, culturally speaking, we were raised that like once a week was excessive. But that's neither here nor there. When I say I'm not judging, I'm being very honest. I literally, you live your life, and also I hope you're relishing the food you eat, whatever it is. But it's just simply drive-thru food has a tendency to be high in salt, but not high in potassium. And your body needs as much potassium as regular salt in your consumption. So it's something to keep in mind, as well as the hydration. Have you ever just chugged a liter of water? No? How about you try this summer? See what you think. You'll love it. You'll hate it. At least you'll know you can do it or not do it. I mean, I can easily chug a pint of water. No problem. A liter is a little bit pushy. It's like, I'm going to need a moment and walk around for 5 minutes, and then I can chug the rest of the liter. Tom knows, because we, as teenagers, we used to dare each other to these chugging water. Why were we like that? I don't know.
I don't know about a liter of water, but if I've gone too long without drinking water, I can just have like a 20-ounce bottle, and I will suck it down like my life depends on it.
Yeah.
And do be careful. You can poison yourself with water if you drink too much too quickly.
Absolutely.
Because you can dilute your blood.
And that's again why I was gonna say go with that recipe I gave you of 2 teaspoons of potassium salt, 1 teaspoon of sugar, or 2 teaspoons, equal parts works, and then another 2 or 3 teaspoons of a citrus juice,
like lemon juice, lime juice, even orange juice would count.
Well, I feel like once a summer, somebody has a contest where it's like who can chug the most water, and then somebody dies at it, and there's a story about so and so died at water drinking contest, and everybody's like, "You can drink too much water too quickly." Like there's this shocked response, and then we forget until the next summer when somebody holds another water drinking contest.
Right, and the potassium is a great way to CYA,
Yeah, because
especially in summer when you will just be thirsty because you're sweating more.
you're so drinking plain water can actually dehydrate you versus adding potassium and a little bit of sugar to it will help you stay hydrated. So again, I just want to point out, like, look, people even in AuthorTube have in the past commented about mine and Tom's skin. If you and everybody always asks our secrets, and we
You
used
should
to
see
like,
it in person. Like you want to touch it. It's just creamy and
Stop
just like you
stop
got to
it.
know
This
if
is
it's real.
worse. This is getting weirder. This is not the cult I wanted to start. I wanted to start a writing cult. How dare you? Anyway, some of y'all will get to see in Chicago for yourself and see if Charlie's full of shit. So anyway,
And I'm not.
but if you want skin like ours, this is literally after people started commenting in late 2020, 2021 about our skin on these live streams. Like they're like, I'm sorry to be to come on your skin, but my God, how are you? You know, like when I say, oh, I'm 41, and they're like, no. And you know, and y'all know, even when I was in the hospital, nurses were like, oh, that's got to be wrong. How are you actually? 24? And I'm like, I am actually 40 years old. When I was in the hospital with sepsis, I was 40. And every single nurse and doctor tried to fix my record because every single one of them, when they saw me, was like, oh, there's no way you're that old. I really am. I was dying, and they still thought that I was like 15 years younger.
I still think she's lying, and I'm convinced she's half my age.
I think I was
Crazy.
in my early 30s, and my dad was still smoking at the time, and he texted me to pick him up a pack of cigarettes. I grudgingly did. And the guy carded me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, these aren't even for me, but thank you.
Exactly. Look, so after we kept getting, Tom and I started, live streaming with everybody, and every time we started live streaming with a new person, they would comment about our skin, partly because most of AuthorTube has ADHD, I'm just saying. So impulsivity control. But after that, Tom and I started really going, okay, what is up with this? And are young people this haggard? Like, and this is what we figured out may actually be going on is you need to eat adequate amounts of protein and make sure your proteins are complete in a 24-hour period. So yeah, if you're vegetarian, you could totally do the succotash thing. You need to be adequately hydrating, which most people on AuthorTube are adequately hydrating. As far as I can tell, everybody really does try their best. And then also the potassium chloride. You really need these things. These are things that are not necessarily easy to do in our modern society. The modern society does not really encourage adequate protein, adequate hydration, or adequate consumption of potassium and magnesium, which, by the way, the light salt contains some magnesium, which you may also need. So just throwing that out there.
They might start with the hydration now that Pepsi owns so much of the water of the world.
Yeah. So again, like, as far as we can tell, that may have more to do with a lifetime of this. And that's why our skin, and people genuinely don't believe that we are the age we are, than anything else. And the omega-3, so that the flakiness goes away, is when you're getting enough omega-3 to omega-6, all the flakiness goes away. It explains why I've had psoriasis and eczema my whole life. And it turns out a lot of that has gone away with adequate amounts of omega-3. So I just didn't know that my omega-3, omega-6 was imbalanced. And I needed to consume more omega-3 in order to bring that back into balance. So that may actually be all it is. And yeah, it's not easy to commercialize and capitalize. And that's why companies don't sell this. So here you go. I'm not charging you. Although, did you know we have memberships? I'm just saying. Also, we have a Substack. Just saying. You too could have a membership at the places that we're going to first release this information. Just throwing that out there. Also, you could just support your favorite neurodivergent people. But nevertheless, there it is. Everybody kept asking us about our skin. It took us about a year or two to figure out all the elements that are different from the general public. Here you go. That is it. From now on, when anybody mentions about my skin, all I'm going to do is refer them back to this episode. And with that, we will go to our next breaky break. We will see y'all in approximately 10 minutes. Me bana me. 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 Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ain't nobody hell no chicken.
So for the next part of how to make, looking like you got your stuff together and approachable for those who are already mentally exhausted by everything in life and existence. We're going to talk about the really cool trick Glory figured out a decade plus ago of what in the world is up with people talking about their color wheel and seasons. What the heck is this whole summer or autumn, or are you a winter? Are you spring? Which is really weird since I had classmates with all those names. No, really in the same class. They all took a picture and it's an American Girl from like 92.
Yeah.
Because they were friends.
Yep. I babysat every one of them, and they were insane.
They just couldn't find a spring.
Can I just say thank goodness that no hippie named their kid Spring? Because
Some have.
I met a woman named Spring, and I told her there's a whole group of girls looking for her up in North Mississippi.
Spring.
That's literally what they put it. They put it in essentially as a throuple looking for a fourth.
Yes, an American Girl printed it in the magazine.
Yes.
Children are the worst, and if they can find any way to make fun of your name, they will do it. Spring is too easy. There are so many horrible things you could do with the name Spring.
I'm gonna say it. Children aren't as creative as they used to be. I'm gonna say it. She'd only been teased when I met Spring about 14 years ago. She'd only been teased twice in her life about her name.
What?
This
Best
beautiful,
angel
statuesque
ever.
woman.
But yeah, I didn't think that much of it at the time. Other than, you don't have to. You can, make shopping online a little bit easier.
Right.
But what we eventually realized once we really got all of our wardrobes set up with, what actually is in your color wheel, is you can mix and match all of these and they will always go together. There is no more questioning, can I put this with that? It just works automatically. You don't have to think about it again. Glory has alluded to, she literally would get dressed in the dark because when she was student teaching, she had to get up to go drive in 2 hours plus to her job where she was, teaching at school for practicum. And it was before sunrise. And there were 2 or 3 times where there was no power because of the storms. So she had to literally get dressed in the dark. And the outfits still all looked really good.
Yeah, it was right after Hurricane Katrina.
Of like, how messed up is that? Of just like, yeah, no, you really can't, like, you no longer have to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
It all just works. And that's what we wanted to talk about for this one as well. Because for a lot of people, like, it just takes so much mental energy of like, does this color look good? Now, what about when I wear it? Will that work? Of just, it's exhausting. And you got enough to think about during your day. You don't need your clothes at the beginning of your day to exhaust you already before you've even left your room. And so to give an example of how effective this is, I figured I'd show you my closet. And also show you the variety of colors and designs that, because I know they're in my color wheel, I can just mix and match. I don't really have to think. Other than for some reason, I like wearing pastels on Sunday. Other than that, I just grab whatever's there and I look like I am a fashionable person who cares about my appearance. Versus no, deep down, I'm a nudist and I only wear clothes out of politeness.
Hey, I have to live here too.
Exactly. That's it.
I really
Other than
appreciate
that, I could care less about clothes. I really.
One day I'm going to sew him some caftans, and he could just walk around the house in caftans.
You have no
That's
idea.
what we have to move into with each other, because then we can all dress like the Golden Girls and it'll be fabulous.
Yeah.
You have no idea how much I want some caftans made out specifically of Ghanan wax print.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, he loves all
Designs.
those fabrics. Mm-hmm. One day, Tom, we'll get there.
But
All right. He's turning.
and per the usual rules, no judging everything else you see in this place.
But it's all I have to live for.
All I have, Tim.
I mean, what would I be if I wasn't judging everything? Like every time Joe came in.
You might be at peace.
What? The roast of this one.
I can only think of a couple times in my life that I was at peace, and I was very judgmental in those moments. So
Listen to that.
Okay. So, as you can see, I have a
Oh, let me
lot
make it
of
away.
rainbow in my closet.
All right, I'm going to take our name thing down so there's less blocking. There we
Okay.
go. Okay.
So, like, I've got, should actually show up as a bright green.
There's a
Actually-
bright light right over your shoulder, and I think that's causing the camera to wash out the lights.
Let's see if that'll. Yep. Let's try it the other way. A little better.
Color a bit.
But so, what is the purpose of your color wheel? Once we heard the explanation, it made everything else a lot more easy to figure out. And anything that is not in your color wheel will make you look like a zombie. It will make your skin look green, gray, or ruddy and exhausted.
All right, let's just for a moment. I want to show. I'm pretty sure I know Tom's in autumn. I think it's a warm autumn, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So I just want to show you. This is Tom's color wheel. And the one thing that they all have in common is they all have yellow undertones in them. Even this blue here in the bottom, the southwest corner, it actually contains a little tiny bit of yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is one of the hallmarks of this particular color type, is that they all have a little to a lot of yellow. Hence, he can wear mustards, something I definitely cannot wear. So just be aware of that, and that for each kind of color type, what is the hallmark of it? So for instance, there's like a summers, it's pastels. That's one of the hallmarks of them, is there's all these muted colors. So, but like, I just wanted y'all to see what Tom's color wheel is. And then, so notice even this pink has quite a bit of yellow to it, as does the sort of pale salmon shirt color he's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
But it means that all of the colors go together. See, that yellow looks great even with the blue that he's also holding. Or purple.
Purple.
Of that, they all work together. If you see it, they actually look good together. Nothing's clashing.
And even this red, if you actually look carefully, has a little bit of yellow in it.
Oh yeah, it's very tomatoey.
But what that means is I can put any of these on at at any point and it'll match. And give me one sec. But I can wear everything from pastels even to this darker stripes. But these are all within my color wheel. These all actually have a little bit of yellow in them.
And as long as he remembers that he needs colors that have a little hint of yellow in them, that he can wear them. And so when you are wearing a color that is not in your color wheel, that specifically clashes with your skin, the symptoms of that is that you'll look gray, green, or really ruddy, like flushed red. But particularly people notice the gray one. When people think you look undead or like a zombie or leukemia, that's when they'll remark, oh, you look so gray, you look ill. It's often because people are wearing a color, especially if they feel well, that they're wearing a color that is actually pulling out the wrong hues in their skin tone.
And even we went through and made sure, like, my pants are all actually fine. Like when you put them, and the easiest way to tell is go find a light source. A
natural light source.
A natural light source.
Like outside.
And try to surround your face with it.
You sort of drape yourself in it.
Yeah. And see if you look human or a bit zombie or tired.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And this works for every skin tone, no matter how light or dark your complexion is. Even if you have very dark complexion,
yes.
People who are like, are you super melanated? What in the world? You will actually see what it is that works.
Oh, yeah. You'll find, like, they'll look ashy gray suddenly. And, like, so this applies to all skin tones. You're looking to make sure that they don't look ashy or gray or green or overly ruddy, like sunburned lobster red.
And yes, I am the kind of lazy person. I do have just belts in all of my pants, so I don't have to remember to put a belt on because half the time I'll put it in reverse or backwards or something. So just
when I had jobs that required wearing a belt, like it was part of the dress code at the place. Yeah, best life hack ever.
Mm-hmm.
And so how useful it is. So I've got a kilt. It's in my color wheel. I look good in it. And because this is in my color wheel, and I know what my color wheel colors are, it means automatically this kilt matches every shirt and top I have in my closet. I can wear any of these and it will go together. Yeah, that's right.
He has one.
I can wear a kilt with this, pale pink top. Or just as easily for, nighttime, I can wear it with this.
I'm going to say it. Real men wear kilts.
And it still looks like a combination that works.
Mm-hmm.
That is the nice part. Whatever I feel like wearing, I can put on
in the dark.
And no one thinks twice about my choices.
And he doesn't have to think twice about his choices. He can just wear anything in that color wheel. It all goes together. And he looks great. And he never looks gray or ashy or pale, sickly pale, or like sunburned. It all works together. That is the beauty of the color wheel. It is the neurodivergence friend. It is the ADHD friend for your closet, for your wardrobe.
And once you understand the color wheel that you're in, and if you want to be more fashionable or stylish and like staying on trend, what you'll start realizing very quickly is while people will talk about this is the in color of the moment, it's not actually about the color, it's about the tone. So we'll either be in a jewel tone phase or a pastel phase or a muted phase, or it the actual colors that trend are more about the vibrancy and sheen of the
Mhm.
fabric than the actual colors of the fabric. So once you know what colors you look good in, if you wanted to have that very whatever stylish of the moment look is, once you know the colors that you're going for, all you have to figure out is, are the colors that are really hot and in right now more muted? Are they brighter? Are they what trend are they going for in the actual tone of the color? And as you can see, just in his closet there are very bright, vibrant colors. There are very opalescent jewel tone colors, and there are very light pastel colors. You can get whatever your colors are in all of these different
Mhm.
sheens and makeups. But then if you really want to feel like on trend, that's really what trends is.
Yeah, so Tom always looks like he is in style and on trend. He always looks great. People think he has around town. They think he has fantastic style, and he does, but he does not put effort in. He's not having to craft a look every single day because all of it is interchangeable without making a quote unquote capsule wardrobe. It is not necessary.
Also, if you ever want to make sure that you are not regretful of your pictures of you, whatever the quote unquote in color is, don't wear it. Because they're usually a substance that's just been a dye that has only just come onto the market that was not easily made before. So like when I was a kid, everyone was wearing those god awful neon oranges and those radioactive greens. And I mean, they were big and splashy because it was a new dyeing technique, and the fabric was all synthetic, so it could take the new dyes. And you look back at those pictures and you're like, oh God, why did I have on bright orange, like I'm waiting for somebody to save me because my shorts are shining for the gods to see? It's because I was wearing that overly on-trend color that really didn't look good. It only looked good because, oh, we couldn't have clothes in that color before. The newness made it seem more special than it was. It's why there was the mauve pox that took over Europe in the, what was it, the 1800s?
Mm-hmm.
Because mauve was the new in dye.
Yeah.
And so everything had mauve in it. There's always some new color trend that they've just isolated a way to make this dye. If you don't want your pictures to look dated, if you don't want to look back on regret, the easiest way to avoid that is to avoid whatever that truly new color is, because most people don't like them because it's a pretty color. They like them because they have not seen something in that color before.
Yeah.
And the newness is what's attracting them.
But yeah, I wanted to show you first like an actual example of,
Mm-hmm.
and you see how they all look good against my face.
Yeah.
I look human and healthy.
Yeah, you have like a nice little like a freshness to your skin. It helps your skin glow.
And it's not that I have to just pick one or two colors.
Yeah, like he doesn't have to wear monotone or only blues or something. He actually can mix and match whatever his mood is in at that time, whatever he feels like, whatever is clean.
I've never figured out my color wheel, but I know I gravitate towards, at least lately, more jewel tones.
So one of the things I plan to do when we're in Chicago is help everybody with their color wheel that needs it or wants it, and help people with that, because I've done it enough that it's like, okay, let's start draping and like we'll figure out what your color wheel is.
And also though, this is part of the secret to doing it, is it really helps if you have monotone clothing.
Yeah.
Because
like
it's a lot easier to tell if these are the right ones versus this is more difficult. Patterns with different colors are a lot more difficult to figure out your initial color wheel.
That's mostly right.
But whatever all your clothes are that are monotone, get them all, and you just literally want to drape it so that your
In
entire
natural light. So you want to be outside in natural light with a mirror or a very good friend with a very good color eye.
Yes.
And I meant to say this when he was showing off the black, but as somebody who's been part of the goth scene for the majority of my life now, I wear a lot of black because I like black. And when you start buying a lot of black clothing, you start very quickly being able to distinguish the blue blacks from the red blacks from the yellow blacks
And the green blacks.
and the green blacks. They're not all clothing that is sold as black is the same shade of black.
Mhm.
And it really does make a difference. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of times when people are just getting into, especially a scene like goth where they're wanting to dress all black, they look weird because they have on clashing blacks.
Like this is a green black. This is an incredibly darkly dyed green that has become black because it is so deep. Versus this is actually a navy blue. And this is actually a yellowish black.
Mhm.
And do be warned, most of your blacks will tend towards blue, especially if you use any of the keep your darks, your darks dark laundry detergent, or any of the keep your color safe laundry detergents, because they have a blue dye that is in them, because your eye really enjoys things to have a blue sheen to them. And so it feels like the color is more vibrant, even when it's not. So eventually, especially if you're using those kinds of detergents, your colors will all move towards the blue. So if you find out that those blues are not good for your color wheel, do not use any of those color safe detergents, because it will make change the color of your clothes.
It's one of the things that with Tom, so black is not actually in the warm autumn color wheel traditionally. However, because so many blacks actually have a green or even a yellow undertone.
Like this is actually a yellow undertone black.
Yeah. He can wear black that has a green or yellow undertone, because what he can actually wear is anything with a warm undertone. And so that was what we needed to know. It was the problem with why is it I can wear some blacks but not others, that we had not figured out for literally decades. And it was only with me studying the color palette wheel for people of understanding what is at the inherent base of this problem. Versus for me, I am the opposite. I need everything to have a blue undertone. So what you don't know is half of the clothes he pulled out of there were originally from my closet that I had bought 15 to 20 years ago and never quite looked good in, because they have a yellow undertone and I don't look good with a yellow undertone. I look a little sick with a yellow undertone. I need a blue undertone.
Because our color preference in clothing tends to actually go with the people we're around, because it's whatever we're seeing the most.
Yeah.
So that is the difficulty with it, is you may not necessarily be actually drawn to the colors in your color wheel unless you look in the mirror a lot and see what you look like and stuff. Otherwise, you'll be attracted to whatever looks good on your friends and family you see the most.
And so if you have a hard time,
we exchanged clothes. Is what happened. Was thankfully Tom and I are of similar chest size. So we exchanged a whole lot of tops. So I took all of his tops that had a pure blue undertone, because he looked like crap in them. And I gave him all of my yellow undertone tops and blouses, even though I was like, oh, these are too feminine for you. Y'all, he looks even better. I'm like, how badly were these clothes cut that they actually make Tom look butch? And I was wearing them, and I bought them at ladies' clothing stores. What the F ever. But the bottom line is he actually looked so much better. So like that sort of pale salmon pink top that he had shown you earlier and the purple stripe top, those were my tops I bought when I was teaching to, as teacher clothes. Yeah. Those are all lady. He looks great in them. I'm totally not jealous. I'm totally fine. I'm not bitter at all. And then but I did inherit all of his nice work tops because the majority of them have a blue undertone that he had bought from Land's End for work, for professional work, because the majority of Americans, and it's probably only like 60 to 70% of Americans, actually need a blue undertone color versus the minority of Americans need a yellow undertone color. And so like that was the difference. So I have all these tops that were meant for men, and oh my God, I look so good in them because I'm all soft and curvy and these angular line tops. Yes, I look fantastic. So I'm telling you now, the color wheel is within your reach. For those who come to Chicago, I will absolutely help you with it. And all we're going to do is we're going to ask everybody to bring all their monochrome clothes out of their room. And I'm going to drape everybody till we figured out each person's color wheel. It's that simple and it's that difficult. That's all that's going to happen.
If you have a hard time telling the undertones that we're talking about here, when I was working fashion, the way that we would help people see them is we would find just a white sheet of printer paper and then look at the specular highlights. It gets really easy to see. So that's where the fabric gets lighter. Like when you fold it and the light hits it just right and it gets kind of almost white to your eye. It gets lightened up on the edges and the folds and the creases and stuff. You can really clearly, especially with a very bold white piece of paper next to it, you will notice that highlight, that looks a little yellow. That looks a little, see the yellow is really coming out in the lighter portions of the shirt. And that's how we would help people to see those undertones who had not learned how to see them, how to distinguish them. And it's a really nice trick. And you can just get a piece of printer paper, take it to the store with you, and just hold it up to the stuff if you're having a hard time seeing, especially with blacks. A lot of people with blacks especially have a hard time seeing the difference between a blue black, a red black, and a green black in a store when it's fresh and new. And
for me and Tom, it was the blue grays and the yellow grays.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah, that took us a while.
So that's why I did want to show y'all, because again, yellow gray. Oh my God. Because we needed to find some grays for Tom. I can't remember why, but he was working somewhere where he needed to wear gray a bunch. And I just want you to see like these grays here. Do you see these two grays next to the yellows? These are yellow grays. So you may be knowing what yellow gray looks like without realizing it. I just want everyone to know that. Because that's I think that's actually important just in regular life.
A lot of early color sets that included yellow grays called them French grays for some reason.
So keep that in mind, and then look at the blue grays. Now it seems so obvious to you. What is a blue gray versus a yellow gray? But not necessarily before. So that's all I just wanted you to see. Like this one, again, it's subtle.
But a blue gray is also called haint.
So I just wanted you to see it. By the way, hello, Eva. I didn't want to interrupt Tom and Charlie, but I also didn't want to ignore you, sweetie.
Yeah.
But again, just being aware. Look, honestly, if you could just figure out if you need a yellow undertone colors to go with your skin or you need blue, just figuring that out will save you so much trouble. And you can literally do it by finding the bluest blue and the warmest sort of mustardy yellow, not a yellow, but a mustard yellow, and try draping yourself in one and then draping yourself in the other, and you will clearly know which one. Oh no. And maybe it'll be both, and maybe it'll be not. You'll figure it out. But if you can just figure that out
throughout your life, though. So if you knew this when you were younger, does not mean it's the same color set now. Because the great shock of my life was when Glory sent me this beautiful yellow top. I never could wear yellow. It oh, you don't want to know what color my skin became when yellow got near it. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, this color looks good on me now.
So there are various life changes can actually occur that change the tone on people's skin. And also, if you dye your hair, that can actually move you out of a color wheel. So it's something to be aware of. See, so here's what happened. Back when I had all those colors those clothes you now see Tom has. One of the reasons why, I mean, like, look, when I was buying clothes, I did look in the mirror in the dressing room. Okay. I wasn't like, just pull it off and like, take my money. I had rocket red hair back then. So back then I was in autumn. I wasn't a warm autumn like Tom, but I was in autumn. And so those colors were in the wheel, but now I don't dye my hair red because I dyed my hair red enough that it actually gave me a red 40 sensitivity. So that's a whole nother matter. And so now this is my natural hair color, and it is in like a cool black walnut. And that moved me into the bright winter or clear winter or deep winter. I don't know why no one could agree on the name of this, but whatever. That moved me into a very different color wheel. But so I just wanted you to know that, like, if something changes, like if you get pregnant, your skin tone can actually change.
Mm-hmm.
If you think you know your color wheel and 20 years have passed, you may need to get your color wheel reevaluated, because as people age, sometimes their skin tones do change. And I am bringing up specifically, have y'all noticed how certain subsect of Jews, as they age, turn into the color of leather? I'm talking about George Hamilton. I'm talking about it's from Jurassic Park. You know, everybody's got a weird lady boner for.
Not
Yeah, the one everyone's got a weird lady boner for.
Yeah.
What's his name? You know, The Fly.
Life will find a way. Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum. As he's now aging, he's starting to turn into the color of a saddlebag. So, like, for some people, not everybody, but some ethnicities, as you age, your skin tone will change color. Mm-hmm. So also, if you are over 50, whatever your color wheel was before, by the time you get to your late 50s, you may need your color wheel reevaluated in case it's moved you into a different color wheel. It is okay. It is fine to age. I don't want anyone to think I'm trying to say something bad about aging. I think it's wonderful to be old, because that is like the purest rebellion, to say F you to our terrible dystopian society. Ha ha ha, I'm still here. It's a great thing, but your color wheel may change. So just be aware, every 20 years or so, you may need to get reevaluated. You may still be in the right color wheel. You may not. So I'm just not the right, but in your current one, or you may have moved. It's totally fine. Also, if your hair grays, you have to get reevaluated, because whatever the undertones of your natural hair color or whatever hair color you have, your gray may be different. So your gray may have a yellow undertone, or it may have a blue undertone. And, that is apparently that's a whole genetics thing. And there's no way to accurately predict it based on your hair color before. So apparently, whatever. But nevertheless, I just wanted everyone to know that as you gray, your color wheel may change. Just be aware. It's totally fine. It's cool. But it's something that you should be aware of. Go on, Tom.
So the next part of just looking like you've meant to do that, which is the real secret to fashion, as Gloria pointed out to me, and as a few people I follow who are fashion bloggers, periodically remind everyone, your belt goes with your shoes. So this belt goes far better with this brown than it does with this black. Notice how it actually seems kind of clashing and it just doesn't mix well. And yet, even though these are two very different shades, these don't look bad together.
They complement each other.
Yeah. But again,
that's what the Italian leather shoe company trained me about when I worked for them to make them their first shoe catalog. Was if you have a denim color, so think of that sort of dusty blues and deep blues that most denims are. veering into the, what is it? Before they called it stone wash or acid wash, they called it like bone wash or bleached bone denim. And it's a bleached kind of denim color. All of those look really good with warm tan colors. And I wouldn't have thought so, because I would have thought the yellow in those warm tans would have clashed with the blues, but they actually do work very well together. And that's what they trained me for, because I was like, what is the tan shoes for? What does that go with? Because I'm used to black and brown men's shoes. What else? And they're like, oh no, that's for denims. And I'm like, wait, you're supposed to wear these dress shoes with denim pants? He's like, oh, everybody does, and it looks great. And that's when I noticed it. It really does look great. But yeah, so we've got
like these sneakers look fine with these pants, since the belt is black.
Mm-hmm.
It all looks like it matches together, even though these pants look far more formal
Mm-hmm.
than these sneakers do. But because they're in the right shades together, they'll still actually look like they match, instead of needing to wear and shine up some black dress shoes.
So yeah, it was something that I didn't know. I know way too much about men's fashion, but it's because I've worked in men's fashions more than women's fashions, to be honest. But it's a little trick people don't think about, but it actually matters. I used to hear men so much say, oh no, you could just brown shoes, brown belt, black shoes, black belt. And I'm like, yeah, but what about tan shoes? And they're like, I don't know when you'd wear tan shoes.
And beware of men in white shoes. It's a personality trait. It's a personality trait that comes out. Men in white shoes are always trouble. Yeah, see? There they are. Trouble. Like I said, trouble.
So, yeah, just wanted you to know.
And then sort of the last part that goes with the belts. The last part too, looking like you meant to dress this way, is the rule for accessories. These give you both an individual look. They give you a complete look. If you ever go through comics, you will notice that they always put in a few little accessories on their heroes and the regular people to make it look like they are fully dressed, and that's what a real person would look like. So I can do that by putting, a pin or two on my hat. Oh, and the general rule is 3 accessories max. That's it. You get 3.
You get up to 5 depending.
You get up to 5 if it is a high social
like a more
event.
Formal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But like for your more casual, 3 accessories.
We refer to that as the hippie quotient. Like, the more hippie you are, the more accessories you can get away with, because they're just expected.
Yeah.
Like, you're just going to have more stuff.
But it is more of location sets. So, yes, I can wear a watch, but you could also have, I forget what it's called, but, bangles. You can have 5 to 8, of the bangles, wrist things. What are they called?
I think it's bangles.
Bangles,
yes.
Yeah.
On one arm, that is an accessory.
Unless you're trying to bring back the 80s, and then you need to have like 500 to 700 of them.
But you do not want them on both unless they match. Unless they are identical, you do not put them on you do not put them on opposite sides of the body. So you can have just one thing on one and an empty on the other. Or Glory really likes to go with a one wrist and a ring, and a brooch or a necklace. Or you can do earrings, necklace, ring. Earring, necklace, watch, honestly, fancy belt buckle or pin.
Mm-hmm.
How many are brooch of, how many men?
Or like men will use the handkerchief in the breast pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Women will use the brooch. Some men will use the tie pin or the lapel pin for that to like count them off. That's what you're looking at. Depending on the social event, casual is 3, more formal is 5, but that's what you're thinking of. Think of them as accessories or doodads. I just think of them as doodads.
And you want that odd number.
Odd is the bet 3 or 5, not 4.
Not 2. So you can actually do 1 if you need to, but don't do just 2. Earrings and necklace always looks very informal. It doesn't ever look quite complete.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just like, go for 3 different objects. And part of that is it gives people some dynamics to look at and focus on, because that is what shows your personal interests.
Because they can then make a comment of like, oh, look, a rainbow. Do you like rainbows or are you queer? You know, whatever.
And I've had a few people, go like, hold
What
still.
is
I
that?
just need to see. What is that?
Yeah, because it keeps spinning. It won't. There's a reason it was on clearance. That's right. It is a woman riding a polar bear with a lariat.
Because of course.
Because of course.
Why
But-
would it be?
And
You're looking
sunglasses can be one of your accessories as well. Of
If you wish to wear it that way.
But so it's just to remember, what are you doing? If you're... Gloria and I tend to get glasses that are for everyday use. So they are designed to just sort of fade into our hair color and our
Eyebrow.
the ocular design of around our eyes,
And like thin wire.
so they don't stand out. But if you have ones where they are bright colors, if they have patterns, if they have little doodads on them, then that is one of your accessories. That is a fascinator.
And if you don't know what shape glasses work well on your face, the easiest way to figure that out is what it shouldn't they shouldn't touch the cheeks. So they should match the shape of the cheek up by the eye, and they should match the curve of the eyebrow. So as long as those two things are in proportion to each other, they don't look strange on your face. Like if you've seen, like I have a pair of aviators that I bought really, really cheap that are really good glasses, and they look terrible on me. But I bought them because they were really cheap and they work really, really well, and they've lasted for 30 years.
And you'll notice, like on this, if you see, the upper is not straight; it's actually curved.
Yeah, and it matches the eyebrow curve. Those are the things that you really want to be looking for your glasses shape, and you'll find something that fits your face every time. If you smile and your glasses get like thrown up on your face, like really get pushed up, then your glasses are too big. Then the actual lens on the glass is too big. And that's true for sunglasses as well. You really want it to fit that shape in there. And that's why there's so many variants in size and shape, because depending on what shape your face is, what shape and size your eyes are, there's going to be a myriad of different shapes that will fit well in there. And also, if you're comfortable, if you really like a certain shape and it doesn't match, do you?
I hated the frames that I had in high school when I first got glasses in 9th grade, because late 90s, early 2000s, the big trend was big and round.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And looking back on those pictures, I'm just like, oh, they're so not flattering on my face.
But it's not as hard as people make it out to be to figure out what the shape is that works there. Like you can see in Gloria's glasses, they match her eyebrows. They're not pressing into. They're actually they actually make her look like she's smiling even when she's not, because of the way the line cuts in. Makes her cheeks look like they're elevated, which makes them even more appealing. You can also see with Carrie's, they fit right in that line.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are well matched. And as long as you're staying within that frame, now you can do a lot of different shapes, colors, all the different things within that, and still make it work for you. But as long as it's meeting those few criteria, you're almost guaranteed that it will at least look fun. Now,
Also,
a color that doesn't look good on you, that's a whole other thing. But
also, you can go for a lot of different thicknesses for on your wrist. It's more of just try to have it match as a similar weight, a similar relative thickness as the rest of the doodads accessories you put on. So if you're wearing thick framed glasses, they will go better with a thicker watch band. This will
Because they
actually,
echo.
yeah, versus this actually works better with these glasses because they're both actually relatively thin on my face.
So I was really lucky when I was selling accessories. Anime was really becoming popular, so I could use this as a way to explain things. Think about your accessories as the line thickness in an anime.
Mm.
When it's done right, you don't even notice it. But if you've ever seen one where something's off in the animation, if you pay attention to it, they're varying between these thick and thin lines in a way that doesn't quite work. And that's what your brain is tricking off, going, something's wrong with the animation here. They don't have a consistency in those lines. And that when you're pairing your accessories there, that's how that works. It's one of the reasons why people that like wearing like those really extravagant rings that take up a large chunk of your finger rather than just like a band around will also have on really chunky jewelry, such as a large necklace, brooch, or a bunch of bangles on their wrist. And it all works because the line thickness is what clicks it all together. And so I don't know if that helps y'all, but
no, I think that really does help, best think about your accessories. I do gravitate more toward what I would call thin line accessories.
I also did want to show you real quick of here's what happens if you match. Yeah,
it doesn't look right. It looks weird.
But note if I have two as well as if I have both a ring and a watch on the same side, it looks very heavy, and now the rest my other hand looks light. So it'd actually be better if I put a thick bracelet on this side to compensate for these two. But to just have rings on is a weird look. Versus if I have just one ring on, now fashion-wise, there's some dynamics, and this feels more normal.
And accessories are a really great way to draw attention away from places that you feel uncomfortable with. If you don't like your ears, don't wear flashy earrings. I am somebody who I am very self-conscious about my nose for reasons I am not going to get into, but I'm very self-conscious about my nose. So if you notice, my glasses are virtually invisible. I try to get very thin wire that matches my skin for them because I don't want people looking at that part of my me. And will very often, especially when I go out, wear necklaces or rings or something to draw attention away from my face because I'm very self-conscious about my nose. So whatever those parts of you are that you're self-conscious of, you can draw attention away from them with your accessories. Or if there's parts of your body you're very proud of, you can draw attention to them with your accessories. A well-worn necklace on a nice décolletage can do a lot to draw attention to that part of your body if you want to draw attention to it. If you don't want people beholding your glorious cleavage, be careful with your necklaces.
Yes.
Because you are highlighting that portion of your body and basically saying, hey, have you seen down here? Especially if you're wearing a long necklace or a long necklace with a very fancy brooch that's nestled right between the twins. And it seems so obvious, but again, I worked in fashion for a long time too. And these are things that people don't consider because they see the pattern of the jewelry or the way that it hangs on the model or on the stand. They're like, that's so pretty, I want to have it. And then they're like, why is everybody looking at my chest? I just put on this pretty necklace. Look at the necklace. Well, the necklace is right between the sisters. Like the twins are right there. Like you see, oh, pretty necklace. And oh, hello there. Like you're just drawing attention to it. And so you can make yourself very uncomfortable with your accessories if you're not considering what parts and angles of your body they are accentuating.
Yeah. So it's just something to be aware of. So I did find some resources for those who would like to read more about color wheel theory and possibly start that journey of figuring out your own color wheel, but also what's in your color wheel, so that you can start purging from your closet what does not complement you best and what does. And one of the other reasons I was interested in the color wheel was there was whispers that if you wear clothes in your color wheel, you don't have to be as dependent on makeup to even out your face to look good. That wearing complementary colors will automatically make you look better all the time. And I hoped it was true. I'm here to tell you that is absolutely 1000% true, to the point that, yes, I don't like the compliments, but there they are. Even when I am at my most slouchy, most loungy. What?
You will get them whenever I want to give them to you. I'm sorry.
Listen to that. But even when I am just chilling at home in my most comfy lounge clothes, because even my lounge clothes are in my color wheel, I look like I meant to wear it. Tom has commented on this, of that I have shown him that by only wearing clothes in my color wheel, even my lounge clothes, even my sloppy, I sleep in these clothes, I've slept in these clothes and rolled out of bed. And he's like, and yet you still look really, really good. That it is possible, even at your most distracted, your most sleepy, your like essentially the part of the day or the part of yourself that you're like, I am not here to show off, you still look really good. It is absolutely possible. And so, yeah, like I really felt far less of a need to always be putting on makeup. I wear so much less makeup now that I have so many clothes that are in my color wheel. So I have found some very interesting resources for y'all. I thought you would find fascinating. One of the resources was one, let's see, let me find the one. This is, I am not sponsored by any of these people. I don't know any of these people. I don't know what else is on their website. This is one of the blog articles that actually helped explain seasonal color analysis to me in a way I could understand. Let's see. So after that, I also found this article. Again, I don't know these people. I found this very helpful for diagramming and showing me specifically. I just want to point out, let's see. This one, yes. La 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 la. This part of the article where she specifically talks about the pink-orange test. Even for an untrained eye, this color draping will help. Both of these are taken with no makeup, natural light, same camera settings. You can see the orange makes my skin blotch. You can literally see it. You can see the blotchiness on her face. It's more pronounced. It jumps out at you versus in this pink. It doesn't jump out as much. I just wanted y'all to see these articles if you are actually interested in investigating this, so that you can go on the same journey I did. And once you understand the mechanics behind seasonal color analysis, you will never be confused about what clothes, what colors will fit that'll look good with you within your color wheel. You will look at it and you will automatically know, oh wait, I can wear that, or oh no, even though I love it and it's such a cute top, that is definitely not in my color wheel. And you just move on and you don't waste your money. You don't have to return anything because you didn't order it in the first place. Now, a resource that I thought a surprise was really cool. All right, these people are trying to sell head covers. But it's a really great breakdown of figuring it out, like as a taxonomy of by this or this. And they keep taking you through this very long article, this or this, this or this, till you get to the bottom to really narrow down what is your seasonal color. So yes, they are trying to sell you head covers. Be aware. They're pushing their cotton colors. That's cool. I mean, you know, have a good life. But I really thought this was a very well done article. Let's see. I don't think I posted this link. The concept wardrobe was also a blog article that was very helpful for me personally because I am a bright winter or a true winter. And that is apparently one of the most difficult seasons to actually like figure out because it took me 2 months to do my own versus Tom. I literally did his in 2 days. Like it's just a really difficult one because it's all jewel tones is the problem. So you can do yellow jewel tones, but they have to be bright. You can't do any muted color. It's the whole thing. And this article was very helpful, again, in explaining color analysis. So I just wanted y'all to have this. And then here is my very last article that I also used. And then you will know everything I know about it. Because again, it helped me visualize what are these. And then once you're pretty sure you know your color wheel, you can just literally then anytime you're out shopping, just Google what is your color wheel, whether it's warm autumn or bright winter or, you know, spring, whatever it is, and just refresh which colors are in here. Okay. Because honestly, what are the exact colors in there is a little bit dependent on each person. Now, the only other thing was later I realized there was one part none of these seasonal color analysis actually addressed. And that is in jewelry, in accessories, gold or silver. So if you have yellow undertones, you're going to obviously look great in gold colored accessories. And if you have blue undertones, you're obviously going to look better in silver or platinum jewelry, right? But what if you're me, a bright winter, where I can technically wear both? Well, what did I wear? And they showed how you drape it over your arm. I found a different article on this one. You drape it, the two over your arm, and you see which one actually brings out the healthy color tones in your skin. And the answer I actually came to conclusion for me was since I have a more neutral skin tone, I know it's hard to believe considering all the pink, but I actually have a neutral undertone, is that I can't wear the really gold, like I can't do rose gold or orangey golds, copper gold, but I can do the paler gold. And then I can do the silver, but not too bright. So I actually look better as stainless steel than silver. So again, it's something to be aware of. That's kind of like advanced level. You don't need to worry about that right now. You just need to first figure out your color palette so that you can look great in the dark. You can look great on getting dressed on your worst day ever and you still look like $1 million. And then people are going to call you the pretty one in the group. And Tom did not believe me. Tom did not believe me that he could one day be considered the pretty one. And now he's considered prettier than me out of the two of us. He did not believe he would ever be in a group of people where he was considered the most attractive member of that group. He said, Glory, I've seen me in the mirror. But when you're wearing the colors that don't make you look gray and they don't make you look green or undead, and you're wearing the accessories that all match and everything, that is actually, as Tom put it, 90% of what people consider attractive or beautiful are things we actually have a control over. It's not genetics. So don't let people tell you, oh, it's just a roll of the dice, it's genetics. Actually, it's a lot more than that. And a lot of it is absolutely within your control. You too can essentially hedge how people view you. And while, yes, it is kind of a shallow thing, but people like to look at people who are pretty, who are easy on the eyes, who are attractive. And then they'll give you a moment to get to know you better and find out whether they like you or not. So it's a way to get your foot in the door so you can make allies. Because if you are neurodivergent, you need allies. This is not a neurodivergent friendly world. We need allies. Every one of us needs them. We need people to be like, I like you. You're good looking, but also I like your personality. Like, cool. let me be honest, people like to have attractive people around them. That's just a human thing for some reason. People like to feel that they've surrounded themselves with good looking folk. I don't know why. I can't deny it. Even I feel that way.
What do you think a third of my Instagram account is filled
Right?
with?
I like it when all the pretty girls with their, dangling cleavage are like, oh, we're hanging out with Glory. No, we don't want to go to your thing at the cons. It's like, that's right. These mine. I like it. I can't deny it. So it's nice to be part of it. And again, all these things, your color wheel, accessorizing, eating the sardines, the omega-3s, and the potassium, all these things are within your power. None of these things are a dice roll that you had no control over.
So let's get on to that last one, which is how to look like you have money.
Haha. What is it called now? Quiet wealth or something?
Yes, something like that.
Can't
Going
remember.
to the thrift stores where the rich people in the towns where the rich people live and getting what they donate for cheap.
But here's the difference between a person with wealth and everyone else's clothing. And that is their clothes match their joints. So what do I mean by that? All right, so I wore this shirt actually on purpose because this shirt, while it is in my color wheel, notice it keeps coming forward. It seems a little slouchy. It is very much just something I wear inside shirt. Why is that? Because these seams do not line up with my joints. Because as you get bigger, the human proportions get a little bit harder to figure out, and so it evens out roughly like how, if your shoulders are 30 inches around circumference wise, just to make the front probably 14 and the back 16 because their back's gonna be a little bit broader. But the trick that makes all the difference between slacker dad bod and Marvel dad bod in the shirts is down to this right here. Where does it line up? Because this shoulder is too wide. This is coming all the way down past where my actual
joint
is, where it connects. And so I just need to raise it up to right there. And all of a sudden also I will move, this shirt will suddenly move and I will barely notice the shirt. And you're like, okay, but it takes money to tailor. Not as much as you think. So even if you don't have friends to help you, you have bulldog clips. And here's how you really can customize your own short. Now, truth be told, you want to flip this inside out to do this correctly. But all you want to do
why don't you flip it inside out? You're a man. You have legal nipples. So why don't you just take your shirt off? Take it off.
Hashtag legal nipples.
Legal nipples!
I have ambiguous nipples now because people can't tell the difference.
And I have illegal nipples. So.
And remember, you still want to put the front of the shirt on your front and the back of the shirt on the back. So make sure you get the tags right. And here's what you're going to do.
Yeah, now it'll be easier for them to see because the seam is more obvious.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Take the seam and take where it all comes together.
Do you want me to go over to your room to show this so you don't keep moving? I'll come over.
While they're doing this, I will say, everyone, if you can ever afford to have an actual tailored garment, nothing will ever make you feel better than having properly tailored clothes. Like, this is such an important thing. It will change how you walk, how you carry yourself, everything.
Doing it for this to work.
Mm-hmm. Right, and here's the. So you're gonna pull it up. You're gonna pinch it together till the seam now reaches the joint.
Right here. Okay.
And then you're just going to take the bulldog clip and pinch it. Okay?
You want me to do the other side too?
Yeah. And so we now know,
You can see the difference.
and you'll notice
But
that
this stops.
it can't slouch anymore because the neckline is now the correct size for these shoulders. And so it'll fit correctly.
And the lines actually look better. Like it complements his body. You look better because the lines aren't veering off in weird side angles.
Yeah. And then, and if you need to, just take, again, a seam and pinch it. So you have a good sense of where the shirt is. And now you've got a little line that you're just going to tack together.
Mm-hmm. You're just going to sew it.
You're going to sew
You're
along
just going to sew a literal straight line. It doesn't have to be even.
on this seam. And you're just going to connect them now. And since this will be under, no one knows. This works even better for men's shirts because it will add a little bit more structure if you reinforce the seam. And so my shoulders actually have a little bit more of an angle. But that's all it takes to customize your shirt. And all of a sudden, your collars will always look right. That whole, what was it they were calling it? Bacon neck on the collars with the Michael Jordan commercials.
The commercial.
Has to do with the shoulders being too wide. And so then all you got to do is, now that you've got it pinned, and I do love Bulldog's clips for this especially. Is you really can now just use a piece of thread and needle, like even one of those emergency sewing kits, and just tack it together. Just do a simple running stitch even, just to see if this is correct. You don't even have to, do any fancy stitching or anything. If you want to learn a little bit more, of course, we are on YouTube. You can go look up how do I, but just getting this seam alone on your shirt will make it look like it was made for you and help a lot. And that is halfway there to a Marvel Dad Bod shirt. The other part that is incredibly important manly and have a gun show. So we've now got the shoulder at the right size. We've now tacked it up. It's now actually going to be, and I can rotate it. How do I bring on the gun show? Gloria, you're muted.
You need to bring up the sleeve by, looks like, about 1.5 inches, maybe.
So I'm going to take the same. So now I'm on the sleeve side.
You want to. There's this dip. It's right here. Let me see if I can. It's right here.
Yeah. Essentially, it's the midpoint.
If you want to look muscular, you want the sleeve to be right above it. And if you want to look frail, you want the sleeve to be right below it. Not really frail, but not muscular. Yeah. There. Yeah, there it is. Right up a little. Yeah.
And it is easier if you have a friend to help you.
Yeah.
And you just want that to be level with the ground. And so you'll again adjust the pinning a little bit. And all of a sudden, everyone looks like they have guns.
Yeah.
But that is how they customize these shirts, so everyone looks good. That is what they pay $800 for, is to adjust the sleeve and shoulder so that it now cuts midway on the bicep at the biggest part. That is why you now look like you have strong arms. It shows up at the largest point in your arm, in your bicep. Versus if you want a feminine one, you just want it to be a little bit lower.
It's literally a 1 inch difference between that on somebody.
And now I do not have any guns to bring. I am safe for the show.
Oh no. Nobody brought guns to this show.
That's it. It isn't much, and you can just literally tack it together with a little bit of thread because no one's actually going to be looking that closely at your seams.
No.
If they're looking that closely, they are a friend or they have interest in you.
Yeah, they want to be they want good times with you. They're checking the durability of your clip. No.
And they are more interested in, look, you took the time to do it. But that's all you have to do, adjust it. And once you know it, once you get one shirt adjusted, you can have them all adjusted to the same because it's you. Your shoulders are not going to change width depending on, the shirt. And that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you got to do. The other part that they don't talk about much, but, wow, Conan O'Brien really proved at this point so when we think of humans, we have certain proportions in mind. And that is essentially how much of your body is above your hips and how much of your body is at your hips and below. How long are your legs? And in general, our assumption is that our legs come up to our jawline. If you were to fold someone over, it would come up to their jawline, to the top of their head. That's where we want to ideally be. But sometimes, like Glory, has a torso. Glory has a lot of torso. Her inseam is actually a little bit smaller than usual.
I'm 5'6" and I have a 27-inch inseam. That's very little. That's barely more than 2 feet.
Like she has petite. Yeah, she really has to find petite pants.
Petites are usually too long on me.
But the other part, and what all these clothes are really doing to look like, if they fit correctly, is you can adjust it by where is the waistline that you see on clothes. So,
yes, his laptop's on a chair.
Whatever works.
You need to push the camera down a little bit more, honey. There you go. There you go.
So one thing you may be surprised to realize, especially for men, is when you look in the mirror and you realize that the way you tend to keep your seam on your waist, you will actually tend to drop the front seam. And that does not actually look good on most people. That will make you look like you have a longer torso and more of a belly.
Mm-hmm.
Versus higher will decrease your belly, but make you look like you have longer legs. So if you have a shorter torso, you'll actually want a higher waistline. But if, like Glory,
do you need me to come back there?
Yeah.
All right.
No. You can look this up online. But just be mindful of where is your waistline, and you can actually adjust it up or down depending on whether you want to appear to have more of a torso or longer legs. And that may be some of the problems some people notice about their clothes of, why do I look?
Yeah, if you have long legs, then you likely have a shorter torso naturally. And you want to then therefore appear like you have a bit of a longer torso and that your legs are not quite so long. So that is the Conan O'Brien trick, because he is all legs.
Seriously.
He's like a crazy amount of legs. He has hardly any room for his liver. I'm just going to say it.
Reminds
But-
me of my nephew.
So if you notice, whenever the few times you almost always see Conan O'Brien sitting, and that's because they're trying to make him look more proportional. And then when he is standing, they're cutting him a lot. So he'll have both a jacket and a top with a waistline that's different. So they're cutting him up a lot so he'll look shorter. Versus a short person, they're going to have them in a monochromatic color so they look longer. So there's less of a break, that horizontal break. They're trying to avoid the horizontal break.
But yeah, essentially you want the waistline you want in your clothes, the apparent waistline for fashion is actually about where the midpoint on your body would be expected to be.
So that's where you see people doing, what is it called? The French tuck? Do the French tuck, Tom. That's where everything is out except for right in front of the belly button where they tucked it in. No, the French tuck. Do I need to come back?
I thought it's the reverse.
Yeah, that Queer Eye guy has made popular, Tan France.
Yeah.
He's made it, and that's why it's called the French tuck. But Tan France is not French. But okay, whatever. Get it all the way up. That is not
Don't give me
untucked.
credit on tan. I have feelings.
No. All right, you got to untuck it on the sides, buddy, or this doesn't work.
It's been a while.
Yes, I feel like your heterosexuality is coming out and showing up. I offered to come back.
You're not wrong.
It's right. It's right. It's just the hand span over your belly button, buddy. Everything else is untucked. There you go. Now face forward. Little, you got to untuck it more. Gosh darn it. I swear to God. One more time and I'm coming back there. One hand span. The width of your hand. There you go. Yes. Thank you. Almost. Okay. It's fine. It's close enough. But what this is trying to do is break up the visual of a short torso. That is why you see the popularity of the French tuck.
Because here, if I pull it up so I will look more like I have a short torso.
And you see now, are you getting what is the purpose of a French tuck?
It actually makes me look like I have a longer torso because the line goes on longer.
And it sweeps. It sweeps on the side. Because most people are short torsoed, long legged, apparently. I'm the freak.
I am as well, because we are one person.
Same. Versus I tend to go with the reverse
Yes.
because I have a longer torso.
Yeah, we're all torso in this family.
That's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also because when I stretch, this is going to come untuck a little bit no matter what. That's the reason why I have a tendency to just pull out a little.
Yeah, that is called the Blouson tuck, is what Tom is showing right now. It's called the Blouson. It's like blouse, but Blouson. I don't know why. But that is called the Blouson tuck, where it's sort of like billowy. And you'll see that a lot in new wave fashion, pirate fashion, and that sort of thing. And again, that is the difference of why do I look good in pirate fashions? Well, because you're longer torso.
And again, note the tendency is to put the front on men, especially as we get a belly. We're trying to still fit into smaller pants waistlines, so we'll have a tendency to drop the front of the waistline to compensate. Versus if you want it to look right, you're going to need a little bit bigger waistline and not care as much about numbers, because you want the waistline to be straight and level with the ground. And where is where's, essentially the top of your butt. That is where you want your waistline to be, because it's going to keep rising up there no matter what on the backside.
Mm-hmm. So you want it level with the back.
Yeah. And those are the real little tricks to what the money has versus everyone else. Is just getting it tailored that little bit.
And yes,
So that
you can have clothes taken to alteration places and have a person do it. Like I would suggest, maybe as a special treat to yourself, having one of the tops that you already know you look good in, having it fitted, having all the seams adjusted, which is really just for a top. It's just these shoulder seams and maybe the sleeve seam adjusted to complement your body. It's only going to cost a couple dollars, y'all.
And it will actually last longer.
Yeah, it's not going to wear out as fast because you're not pulling in your movement on those seams. So you're not giving it unnecessary wear and tear by the way you move, because it's actually going to be fitted properly to you. It's literally going to cost you just a couple dollars.
And not just the appearance, you will feel so much better.
You won't feel as held back, because when you have drop seams on your joints, you feel constricted, as if your clothes are oppressing you.
Back in the day when I was making more money than Jesus on a Sunday, for all my friends' birthday parties, they got a custom piece of clothing. I would take them either to a tailor or a seamstress, whatever they were into, and we would get them a custom piece of clothing, because feeling what fitted clothes feels like on your body. You want to know why rich people have that arrogance about them? They're comfortable.
Everything comforts them. All their clothing comforts them rather than constricts them or holds them back, which when your seams don't match your joints, you feel constricted. You feel oppressed.
Like, there's that wonderful line in that Todrick Hall song, I never knew they threw in complimentary cockiness with the purchase of a shoe. But when you have clothes that fit, that just fit so well. And if you've never had custom shoes, like if there's one piece of expensive clothing to save up for, if you can find a shoemaker and find out how much it costs, save up for a pair of custom shoes that are designed and molded for your feet.
Oh,
you
God.
will never feel more human and alive in your life. Comfort is key with a lot of this. And yes, the appearance really will help you with other people, but you will be shocked at how much this will change how you feel in your own clothes and in your own skin to be wearing stuff that actually fits.
And like that was why I really liked when is it Dr. Scholl's? Someone came out with that, like you go to the Walmart or somewhere and you stood in your socks on this device and it would tell you which of the insoles to use.
Yeah,
because then it would line up correctly with where not just the heel and the ball of your foot was, but also where that where your arch is located, because the arch is not this same ratio on everyone. For some people, the arch is actually a bit forward on the foot, and others, the arch is actually a bit further back. And if that arch does not line up with your foot in the insole, it is uncomfortable whether you realize it or not. And you will stand a bit awkward because of it.
And because we have lived so much of our life in this uncomfortable clothing, it will feel like magic when you put it on. Like when you feel actual comfortable clothes that matches where your joints are, and you start moving around with it and you're not fighting the fabric anymore, because you don't realize how much you're fighting the fabric until you're not doing it. It really, if for nothing else, if you are having any kind of like issue in your life, just do this for you. Like, who cares about the color? If you just, whatever you have in your closet, just go and fix your shoulders. You will feel better. It will make you feel better.
A lot of people don't realize they're low-key miserable over things that have simple and cost-effective to no-cost fixes. Like, and I am literally talking about every member of my family. Okay, so it turns out I have a low tolerance for misery, and that again makes me yet again a freak in my family, because the rest of my family, I'm talking about Tom and everyone else, living and dead, has a much higher tolerance for being miserable. But versus me, who's like, my clothes are oppressing me. But look, here's what I've learned. The vast majority of other people have too high of a tolerance for misery, and you don't realize you are unhappy putting on your clothes.
And if you're neurodivergent, you have an even higher capacity than the average.
The seams. They sew seams with fishing line. It's terrible. But anyway, I'm fine. But
because everything else feels uncomfortable, so why wouldn't your clothes? You just have this acceptance
right?
of my senses are all telling me the world is uncomfortable. This just makes sense.
Like, I cannot tell you how many times other people have told me, well, isn't that normal for your clothes to just kind of move on you throughout the day? It's like, no. I mean, it is technically normal now, but you don't have to live that way. And there are easy fixes. But everybody is so exhausted and worn out and oppressed, and they just don't have the energy or the mental bandwidth anymore, because they've already been worn down by the world and all of its oppression, to realize there are little things you can do. Whether we're talking about adding more potassium to your diet so you can have all the salty food you want, or, fixing the seams in your clothes so they quit pulling on you when you move, and they happen to also side effect look freaking awesome on you. You look great in them, and you don't feel oppressed. Like, they don't realize you don't have to be this miserable, and pills are not going to fix it, because you're still wearing the clothes. It doesn't matter what antidepressant you're on. You're still wearing the crappy clothes that are oppressing you. And so that is all I'm saying. Part of our looking and feeling your best is realizing the seams of your clothes are oppressing you. They are part of the neurotypical world that is making you miserable. Your tags, your clothing tags, are driving you insane, slowly mad. You are becoming the Mad Hatter. And it's just because you have these niggly tags that you don't have to put up with. And you're like, well, if I cut it, then it'll just irritate me even more. Okay, I'm going to tell you again, if you go to the alteration store or the seamstress, you can say, and also, could you do something about this tag? It's driving me mad. And the seamstress or the alteration, the tailor, will go, do you need the tag? Because I can move the tag, or I can just get rid of it. And they'll literally just pull out that little bit of seam, pull out the tag, and sew it back up without the tag. And no one will ever know. Like, there will be no evidence that the tag is not there anymore. They'll ask you if you want to move it because it has washing instructions. If it doesn't have washing instructions, it's just driving you insane, you just have it removed. I've literally asked before. And yes, these are Mississippi prices, so don't hold these against me. But when I asked at the alteration store how much to remove this one tag, one alteration store said $3, and the other alteration store said, I will do it right now for free. Literally hand it to me. And she just ripped that seam out and then ran it through, because it just needed a white thread. And she already had white thread in her sewing machine. She just ran it through. She's like, there, it's done. You have been saved. Because she understood she had a neurodivergent child. And she was like, I will fix this now. But again, it's so little money for you to not slowly lose your mind. For the world to not oppress you.
It really feels like a cliche, especially since like The Devil Wears Prada comes out, to talk about how our clothing and stuff really does affect the way we feel. Because that's like the punchline in the movie, is like, we make people feel fabulous. And yes, but when you are wearing stuff that make you feel good, the colors that you like, if no matter what you show up on the spectrum that we were just showing, all the different color wheels, if you like blues, you saw it. Blues are in all of the spectrums. If you like greens, greens are in all of the spectrums. Mm-hmm. You don't have to do all of the colors.
You don't have to give up the colors you really like. Just understanding behind it, like, oh, you can wear purples, but they need to have a a blue undertone or a yellow undertone so that you can wear it and look good and not gray. That's all.
And I know
It's
people
understanding behind it, or you need it to be muted because you're a summer. Like just understand you can wear all the purples you want, but they need to be more like lavenders and dusty purples rather than brilliant jewel tone amethysts. That's all. Like understanding behind it so that you can look your best, and then you really will feel better. And you won't feel as blah and sad and oppressed. And I'm not saying that you won't need antidepressants. I'm not trying to say like, do your color well and you won't need antidepressants. Like, no. Brain chemistry is brain chemistry. There's clinical depression, and then there's you just kind of look at the mirror and you're just a little sad. Even whether you have depression or not, you're just a little sad because you don't look the way you feel in your head. You feel like you're this awesome person who weaves stories and you make whole worlds, and it's so cool. And all your characters go on adventures. And then you look in the mirror and, oh my God, it's a pile of dirty laundry just looking at me with my face. How is this possible? I'm a world builder and I look like crap. Because the world is oppressing you and there is a way out, but you are the one with the autonomy and the agency to save yourself. No one is coming to save you. You are the person who has to come to save you. And we are telling you how to do it, but we cannot walk that journey for you. I wish we could, actually. But we can't. But once you're fairly into that journey, you're going to find that you love walking it. You love walking it where you feel good and you look good and you don't look like a pile of dirty laundry in the mirror. I've literally had that thought. That's where that's coming from. I'm totally talking about myself right now. Like, I just look like the trash heap, but the laundry version. And that's what I said to Tom. I look like the laundry version of the Fraggle Rock trash heap. That's how I feel. And I don't want this anymore. I want to feel pretty. I want to feel desired and also just nice to look at. I want to like looking at me. I just want to like looking at me. I don't want to impress anyone else. I just want to like look in the mirror and go, hey there, cutie. I like your style.
That's why Lizzo's music is so aspirational for me. Like every time she sings one of those songs about, she stops and sees herself in the mirror and like, woo, I'm looking cute. I'm like, oh, to be there. There's the goal. I will work towards
Well, Charlie, if I may, it was only a couple months ago. You told me there's no clothes that I ever look good in. And I said, challenge accepted. I'm going to start sending you my stuff that I think I have a hunch you might look good in. And you got the first shipment and you're like, oh, hold up. And then I brought you the second one in the hot springs and I had you put it on right then. I was like, no, I'm not going to let her delay. Put it on now. And you were shocked how you looked.
Because I have there's a 10-inch difference between the height of my legs and the height of my torso. Like it is not a small difference. I got itty bitty legs.
And Charlie told me there's no way I can take your hand-me-downs. We are like a full foot difference in height. And I said, challenge accepted. I have studied this long enough. I think I know what I'm doing. Give it a try. And we were all thrilled. You look like $1 million.
And that's the thing. We undersell how much discomfort affects us mentally because we have been sold this bill of goods that discomfort is just the price of life. Like, life is miserable. Life is bad. Just get used to it, kid. Right? And that's not how life has to be. Yeah, there are going to be things that come into your life. For anybody who doesn't know, our air conditioner died over the weekend, and it's like nightmare hot.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, discomfort. There's something you can't avoid. But, there are others that you really, really can, and they don't require $1 million in the bank to get there. Get yourself that one really nicely built, comfortable chair. Get yourself at least a couple nice pairs of clothes. Get yourself the most comfy, cozy clothes that you can just sit around the house in. Even if you can't afford the kind of clothes that you want to go out in, your lounging clothes should at least hug you so nicely
Mhm.
that you feel like they're a pet. Like they should purr when you put them on.
Oh yeah, Tom told me there are no pajama bottoms that ever feel good on him. And I'm like, put on my clothes. Put on these lounge pants. They even have pockets. See what you think. And then he's like, always got them now. I'm like, what happened? I told you. Comfortable lounge clothes with pockets are possible and affordable. And washable. You don't have to treat it special or anything. They are out there. What is the point of being neurodivergent if you can't geek out on the things that actually bring you joy and happiness and comfort in this world?
Preach.
So that is what I have done. I have geeked out on finding affordable cotton lounge pants with pockets because I need pockets to carry my phone, or because I have ADHD and I will lose my phone for days and not notice if I don't have a pocket. And so I've got that. It's affordable. You buy them on Amazon. It's called Dreams & Co. And highly recommend. They are not sponsoring me, but I wouldn't mind. But nevertheless, their lounge pants with pockets are under $50. They're so durable. Some of the pairs I've had 10 years now, and they're still going. And some of them have Dexons on them. But nevertheless, be comfortable. Don't give up. No matter your body type, no matter your body size, no matter the challenges you have, you are not the first person who has been looking for a solution.
And I mentioned this before we went live. Like, I've noticed as I'm starting to really come into the style that I've always liked, and which is a lot of like the Ren Fairy style stuff.
Yeah.
The flowy skirts and stuff like that. It is a lot easier to do it now that I am an adult.
Yes.
When I have a little bit of disposable income and I don't have my family to be like, you sure? I don't think that's appropriate.
Quit holding my back. Yeah. So, does anyone have any further final thoughts before we wrap up? Talk about next week's episode?
Just one.
Okay. What you got?
Fashion is something that is very individual to the person. And if there's a certain thing that you like, if you have a dream goal that you want to get to, like, I know I'm unusual. I kind of want to be, what if B. Arthur played Granny Frump? Like, that's kind of my ideal, like, that I'm going for. I want to be the scary witch lady at the end of the corner. Like, I look at Ida, the owl lady on the Owl House, and I'm like, life goals. Okay? That may not be for everyone, but if that's for you, reach for it. If there's a certain thing that you want to do, if there's a certain way you want to be, way you want to look, and you feel comfortable in it. Because that's the thing. Clothing, and I got this from a lot of the time I was doing drag and stuff. Clothing really is armor. Clothing is a costume. All clothing is a costume. Whatever you're wearing. If it makes you feel armored, if it makes you feel more you, if it makes you feel more confident, that is what you wear. Whatever it is. So when I want to put on my best Granny Frump and go out there and watch all of the kids go, oh, there's a witch in the neighborhood, I feel good. The kids are like, are like, hi, and their parents are like, oh no, like, they got a cauldron at home. No.
Yep. Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
But if that's what you're going for, go for it. Whatever makes you feel the most comfortable, that is the best thing in the world. Because the truest answer to this, what makes you be most attractive to people is confidence. Yeah, the colors help, the cuts help, all of that helps. I have known people that had the tackiest, most god-awful taste in everything that they wore. I'm talking about the big Bahama t-shirt, Tommy Bahama t-shirts and clashing pants with, I don't know where they found those shoes, but an alien dropped them off because they were like, oh God, no. And they had the confidence that you just could not help but love that person. And so that's the thing. Your clothing is your armor. Whatever makes you feel that confidence, that's what you should do. And if you haven't found it, all of these tips will help you. And if you have found it, these tips will help you make it more fabulous and more you. But armor up, honey. There's a lot of fighting out there that we got to weather through in this world from people that have all kinds of opinions about us. So
I was looking through and I found the pictures from when we visited last. And I was reminded, looking at that top, of the revelatory thought process that happened to Glory when she realized what the true power of being an adult and your clothes and being happy with them. In this case, specifically about loungewear, of if the tag's annoying you, get rid of the tag. If the collar's annoying you, get rid of the collar. And that's what Glory did. She cut the entire collar off of these shirts to make them wider. So nothing was close to her neck at all. So that she has as much open space here because,
I get hot. I get hot right here a lot. Like when I heat up, this is where it's going to happen, is this area all around. And if that doesn't have a way for the hot air to rise away from me, I will just steam.
I feel that if one night can't breathe, neither can I.
And so one night, Glory just took some scissors. Oh yeah. With a little bit of a crazed look on her face, just went.
I did.
Haha! I could just remove it. And you know what? The unfinished edges of just literally cutting the collar off and then adjusting a little bit to make sure the cleavage also has some air space.
They get hot. Okay, the girls get hot, y'all. They get hot.
Need a little wind current.
They need to breathe.
It ends up though looking like she meant to do that because she did.
Yeah, because I shaped the collar to what physically I needed, but also, frankly, look good.
And so never be afraid also to, if you ever just come across some cheap clothes that fit you, but you don't like the look of,
or
maybe spend a few bucks to get them and then customize it and see how it fits and if that would work for your other clothes, because sometimes you just need some stuff to just try some ideas on.
Yeah, I think it was what had happened was when Mom got sick and I had moved in with Mom and Tom, and my then husband had left because I was spending too much time taking care of my mother. And I didn't have any clothes, let alone I needed rugged clothes for taking care of my mother. I had nice teacher clothes, but I didn't have, I really needed working, scrubbing the floor, scrubbing Mom's vomit off of the ground. I needed rugged clothes. And my mother went out with her tiny little bit of energy and went to some thrift stores. I think she had Tom take her, actually. And she found 2 or 3 big t-shirts that she was pretty sure would fit me because she made Tom put them on, I think. But the collars were these t-shirts, and they just kept irritating me. So, yeah, it was like, what am I going to do? And I tried stretching it out. I tried it, and nothing was quite working. They were all, no matter when I washed it, it's back to the spot. Just took scissors to them. Like, nobody's going to see it. I'm scrubbing floors. I'm scrubbing my mom's clothes. I'm scrubbing her sheets. Nobody's going to see me. And I just cut the collar out. And then I reshaped the neckline for what I needed because the girls need to breathe. And it felt so good. And it also felt kind of freeing mentally of, I can destroy clothes and reshape them into something cool, literally and figuratively. And the truth is, I thought I looked so much better at it that way. I looked kind of dowdy before with the collar so tight on my neck. But like this, it looked nice. It looked cute. I could look cute while scrubbing vomit off of floors. Okay, well, that's kind of, it's a little bit powerful, actually.
Let's be honest. That's why the 80s aesthetic has persisted as long as it has, because we're long past the nostalgia bubble. We should really be in a lot more 90s nostalgia than we are, but the 80s clothing aesthetics keep coming back because of that DIY. I'm going to make this look good on me on a budget, which was the aesthetic of the 80s.
Yeah.
The ones that we remember, the ones that we look back at and don't go, oh God, why did they wear that? The actual looks that we look back on fondly are that I have a budget, I'm going to go to the thrift shop, and I'm going to somehow make this work.
Yeah, because the bottom had dropped out of so much of the economy.
Yeah, and that's the perennial, that those feelings are perennial, and that's why that 80s fashion has persisted long past its shelf life. Because usually, whenever the parents grew up, that's the nostalgia period. So we really should be deep into the 90s with the grunge aesthetic and all of that, which is kind of trying. Like, I see it, like, it's trying. But it's not really happening. It keeps trying. But that 80s aesthetic just sticks so strong, because no matter how much money you have, you can go to a yard sale. You can find some clothes that, like, I can make this work. You can go to a thrift shop. You can go to the Goodwill and find some clothes, and I can make this work. And that makes that look, that aesthetic, perennial, when it really should be locked to a time period.
Hobo chic.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, you can make jackets out of thrift store T-shirts.
I haven't talked to this brand in a while. I made a whole pirate costume out of bits and pieces we found in the thrift store in like the 6th grade.
Yep.
But I haven't talked to this one friend in a while. She used to work. She was a realtor for a while, and so she needed to get some professional looking clothes. And there's a thrift store around here called Savers, and she was going to the one like 40 minutes away when there's one right around the corner from her house. And I'm like, why are you going so far away to get clothes? And she goes, I want to go to the one in the rich neighborhood. And then I'm guaranteed more to find nicer clothes that people have donated.
When we lived in California, we would always go to the Goodwill in Danville, because that's where all the rich people lived, and they would wear something once and then just send it to well, they'd probably tell their servants to throw it away, and the servants would take it to the Goodwill. I don't know how exactly it got there, but it would get in the Goodwill. You could find some of the nicest stuff there real cheap, because they're like, we're going to get another bucket load in a little bit, because they're having this this event down at the country club, so everybody's going to send us the clothes they wore that evening, so it's all got to go. Would you like this really nice silk shirt for $1? Here, a really nice silk shirt for $1. So yeah, finding out where all of the rich people's clothes ends up, yes, do that. You can get some really nice clothing.
Absolutely. You can do this. You can absolutely do this one step at a time. And remember, the philosophy is good, better, best. Okay? It's good, better, best. It's not all or nothing. We're not going to worry about that. It's just good, better, best. Try out any one thing we've mentioned in this podcast. If you are still listening or watching, give it a try. And if you feel like it, report back. Try one thing, try it for a month, then try a new thing. Give it a try. See what you think. See if it improves your life. Because that's all we're trying to do, is help you feel better, look your best, like to become the person that you have always wanted to be, that everyone else seemed to be, that you felt like you were kind of left behind in the mud, in the puddles. When they talk about left behind, they're talking about neurodivergent kids. Neurodivergent kids get left behind all the time because they're too much trouble. God, how much did I hear that growing up? And then when I was teaching, oh, that one, to fix that one, it's just too much trouble. Excuse me, what? I don't know that any child is too much trouble. Oh, yeah, some of these, they take a lot more work, Lori. You just don't have it to give. Yeah, but if
When
we
I
all
got-
pitch in, we'll get there.
Yeah, when I got my ADHD diagnosis, the question that was always asked was, "Does that mean you can fix the kid now?"
So, those are our final thoughts. Let's see. What to
And if you're an
expect?
aspirational granny frump like me, tag me on Instagram. I need to get to know you.
What to expect on next Monday's episode? On July 10th, we are going to talk about how to be a good friend. Why does this matter, Tom?
Because you need community to survive in this social world, and the world by default ain't that friendly. So you need to know how to make and maintain those friendships. And it's probably not what Hollywood likes to say is the requirements. Because Hollywood just wants a story. It doesn't need to tell the truth.
Our mother, in many ways, kind of gave up on life long before she actually died because she stopped making new friendships. And part of it was the kind of people she was making friendships with were not necessarily the best fits for her, or she didn't understand the fit that she was getting. So that's what we're going to talk about. How to be a good friend. Because, like, I could make good friends, but I had a hard time keeping them because it's not something I was ever taught. My parents definitely did not know how to keep good friendships. And so they did not teach me. And when I was in my early 30s, right after mom died, I set out I'm going to learn how to be a good friend because it's the only thing I actually have control over. I don't have control over whether people stick around me, but maybe I could learn to be a better friend and see if that helps somewhat. And it turned out it was the missing piece to my happiness, because I came to better understand what friendship is at all, as well as, yes, I know I try my best and I know that I'm doing my best to listen. And a bunch of people responded very well to it. And it went from not really having any friends to having lots of people who actually check in with me from time to time and who still consider themselves to be a very good friend of me, even though we don't necessarily talk that often. So, like, it was a big turning around, and it wasn't impossible. It wasn't something like I had to stop being me. Actually, I became more me, truthfully. But there were some things that essentially I had never even been taught, even by other adults. Even when I asked them, how do you maintain friendships, or how do you get friends and maintain them? They're like, I don't know. I just always had them. Like, thanks. You're absolutely no help. It was something I had to figure out. And then I shared it with Tom because he's always my guinea pig of, here, I did it. Now you try it. And he was like, Glory, it'll never work for me. And lo and behold, it actually seems to have helped him as well. And it really kind of adjusted our perspective on the outside world too. So some things did change even in our own perspectives. So there are things, but it is just very important to be a good friend. And also to know you're doing your best, that there's not really much more you could do. So if this friendship isn't working, it's more than likely not you. So at least you don't have to worry about that. But how do you become a good friend? It's not as much work, but it's more about perspective. So we're going to talk about that next week. We hope you'll come back. We'd love to see you. And with that, we're going to wave you all off into the sunset and say goodnight, y'all. Mwah, mwah, mwah.